Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Regents special meeting for January 31st, 2025. It is now 9 a.m. and I call this meeting to order. Carrie, would you please take roll?
Chair Carvalho.
Here.
Vice Chair Downs.
Here.
Regent Ariscata.
Yep.
Regent Batista.
Present.
Regent Boylan.
Right.
Regent Breger.
Here.
Regent Brooks.
Here.
Regent Brown.
Present.
Regent Del Carlo. Here. Regent Fernandez.
Here.
Regent Goycochea.
Here.
Regent Goodman.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you. I will now ask Regent Goycochea to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before beginning, we take a moment to recognize that here in Nevada, we stand on the land of the Washishu, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Nui, Western Shoshone, Nuwu, Southern Paiute. We take a moment to recognize and honor their stewardship that continues into today. With this recognition, we state an intention to rightfully include their voice and respect them as the 27 sovereign tribal nations of Nevada. I'll now move to item number 1, public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 979-4269-6278 and passcode 555555. At this time, is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. Please state and spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's better. For the record, Ron Marston, M-A-R-S-T-O-N. My comments today are regarding agenda item number 6, the construction of Eastview. I've worked at TMCC for 26 years as a full-time faculty member, and since 2017, I've had the privilege of serving the college as the chair of visual and performing arts. I'm coming up on 8 years now as the chair, and discussions about building a new performing arts venue at TMCC have been going on for just about that long. I've been involved in those discussions since their inception, and I cannot tell you how pleased I am as I stand here today to see this plan at the doorstep of final approval, with funding in place, support from our theater community, and a performing arts program that has steadily come back from the COVID shutdown and the loss of our prior venue. The program is already better in many ways than it ever was, thanks in big part to a couple of very hardworking new theater faculty, and I'd like to recognize them here for the record. Off to my left, Shay King and Jared Sorensen, whose tenure application, by the way, you will hopefully be approving at your next full board meeting. With your support today, I believe the program's potential can be fully realized and that we are on the cusp of the rebirth of performing arts at TMCC. Eastview will be a true asset to the program and its students, and to the college and to the community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shay King, K-I-N-G. My comments today are regarding agenda number 6, also the construction of the Eastview building. Eastview Building will be a transformative resource for the theater program at Truckee Meadows Community College. From my perspective, as my student's professor, and from countless conversations with those students about their dreams and aspirations as theater artists and artists hoping to enter the field of performing arts, I can say this facility will be instrumental in shaping their futures. Our theater students are passionate and driven, but they often express the need for more real-world opportunities to hone their craft and build the technical skills necessary for a successful career in the performing arts. The Eastview Building will offer them exactly that: critical support in providing hands-on job training in a professional setting where they can work with advanced equipment and technologies that reflect industry standards. For many of our students, the opportunity to engage in real-time production experience is a dream come true. It allows them to develop the practical knowledge they need to transition seamlessly into the workforce after graduation. With the expanded space and resources that Eastview will offer, we will be able to produce high-quality educational theater and dance productions that don't just teach students. They immerse them in the process of creation, collaboration, and execution, fully preparing them for their future careers as theater professionals. Additionally, the Eastview Building will elevate our program's profile and visibility, making TMCC a more attractive option for prospective students and faculty. As students consistently tell me, access to top-notch facilities and resources is a significant factor in their decision to pursue their education at TMCC, and the addition of this building will make our program even more competitive. It will also help with recruitment and retention, ensuring we continue to attract and nurture talented, ambitious students. Investing in this space isn't just about physical infrastructure, it's about investing in the dreams and futures of our theater students. Thank you.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Regents, presidents, and system colleagues. I am Natalie Russell, RUSSELL. I'm the Dean of Liberal Arts at Truckee Meadows Community College. I am honored to speak with you today about the Eastview Phase 1 building, our proposed performing arts center and home of the architectural program. There is no better way for students to learn the skills and standards of the performing arts industries than by practicing them in a state-of-the-art facility, and ours will provide exactly what they need for success as they build sets, operate the lighting, sound, and stage systems, learn about safety protocols and standards, costumes, makeup, props, direct and act, while they also learn the essential skills that employers ask for: teamwork, self-awareness and discipline, effective written and oral communication, synthesis of multiple disciplines, and a willingness to learn and work hard. The incredible performing arts faculty, Jared Sorensen and Shay King, with the guidance of Chair Ron Marston, have rebuilt the decimated theater program post-pandemic with new industry connections, expanded high school recruiting, and countless hours working with students and a brand new cohort of theater majors in just a one-room facility that used to be just a dance classroom. With our talented and eager students, community partners, and your support for this building, the potential growth of our programs and opportunities for students are limitless. We respectfully ask and thank you for your approval of this project, one that will positively impact the academic and professional futures of our students and serve as a cultural hub for Northern Nevada. Thank you.
Good morning. Ginger Doe for the record, Jinger Doe. I am the Faculty Senate Chair at Truckee Meadows Community College, and I'm also speaking in favor of Agenda Item 6, the Eastview Phase 1 project. The faculty at TMCC are strongly in support of this project throughout disciplines and across the entire campus. And with that, I thank you for your careful consideration of this item for approval. Thank you.
Good morning, Kent Irvin, ERVIN for the Nevada Faculty Alliance. The governor's recommended budget for NSHE is favorable, but we got a preview of the reactions from legislators at the Legislative Commission last week. The executive budget had a structural deficit of over $330 million, so the legislature is looking for savings. NSHE is a big target, especially the adjustments to fund 80% of the COLAs from 2023. Now is one-shot funding instead of an enhancement. Legislators say NSHE should be treated the same as other state agencies with non-state funding, but there's a big difference. If a position in a state agency is funded 50% by the state and 50% by federal funds, the federal agency is obligated to pay its full share of the COLAs. For NSHE instructional budget, it is student fees that make up the difference from state funding. So it is disingenuous to say that the state should only fund 80% of the general fund portion of the budgets, and also say, as we heard at the Legislative Commission, that student fee increases should be limited. The governor's budget has another big hole, missing COLAs, cost of living adjustments for state employees for the next biennium. With a 1.75% mandatory increase in retirement contributions and inflation running at 2.5 to 3%, COLAs of 5% in FY 2026 and 3% in FY 2027 are needed just to maintain the purchasing power of take-home pay. Otherwise, we are moving backward from the significant gains of last session. Faculty will end up about 19% below pre-Great Recession levels. On the positive side, legislators made note of the deficient funding for campus safety and the lack of NSHE capital projects in the budget. NFA pledges to work with all of you at the legislature to support these items. Thank you.
That's all from Reno, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Public comment here in Las Vegas.
Good morning, Board of NSHE and all the fellow presidents and leadership of Nevada System of Higher Education. My name is Shondell Newsom. I'm the founder and visionary of Some New Marketing, a family-owned firm with my wife, daughter, and niece, who are all natives. Well, I hail from New York City, but I've been here since 1987, and we're all in partnership and ownership. We are blessed to be the Nevada System of Higher Education. Our company has provided internships for NSHE students for the past 19 years, with most of our interns turning into permanent team members. I came to Nevada as part of innovation by the United States Air Force in 1987. At that time, I couldn't tell you what I was doing, but we were part of the drone and stealth technology that we all appreciate today. And then I stayed in Nevada by way of innovation with Station Casinos, the locals' favorite campaign, the boarding pass program, and gaming technology like Ticket In and Ticket Out. So I'm very encouraged right now by the NSHE institutions and where we're headed with innovation. The CSN Workforce and Education Training Center, right in the heart of the historic West Side, is innovation that we need. The UNR and the Nevada State University creating a culture of next generation through its programming. That's what we need. The UNR and UNLV are intimately involved with small businesses through its programs, whether it's the Nevada SBDC or the newly VBOC, Veteran Business Outreach Center. We are very blessed to have many of these different institutions that are connected with the community. What I want to encourage us to do is make sure that we stay in that lane of innovation, and we stay in that lane of where we are looking to the future of what we're going to do. Yesterday, I had the blessing of being at UNLV and watch some young students, some little babies, stand up and talk about what they want to do in the future. That is what I believe we should be doing. And I want to thank God and bless our leadership with NSHE so that we continue to keep our mind on that and not like the rest of the world in chaos and confusion. Thank you. God bless you.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Ken Evans, EVANS, retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, Iraq, Afghanistan veteran. In addition to that, I'm the former president for the Urban Chamber of Commerce here for a period of nearly 9 years, and then I've been a resident for about 35 years now. I too came here because of active duty Air Force. The reason why I'm standing before you here today is because one of the privileges I had while I was still with the Urban Chamber, and even now thanks to Regent Brown, is I serve on the Community Advisory Committee for the Search Committee for the replacement for Dr. Zaragoza. And one of the things we talked about when I was at the Urban Chamber was the importance of giving people their flowers while they could still smell them. Having sat on the selection committee for Dr. Pollard at Nevada State University, Dr. Whitfield at UNLV, and Dr. Zaragoza before he retired, I had two concerns. Number one, let's do what's necessary to diversify our economy. And then number two, let's ensure that there's equitable access to opportunities for all Nevadans, specifically Southern Nevadans. The roses I want to give are, from my perspective, looking at all these leaders, they've done that. They've made sure that their institutions, as NSHE institutions, have stayed focused on the career preparation, the workforce development, the academic preparation to provide the workforce of the future. In addition to that, they've made sure that each of their institutions has stayed focused on providing equitable access to opportunities for all individuals, regardless of their background. So from my perspective, I just want to emphasize my support for the leadership. And again, like my colleague just mentioned, let's create an environment where we are supportive of the leaders so that when it's all said and done, all can participate in where the economy is headed. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chancellor Charlton, Chair Cavallo, and esteemed regents. I am Deborah Arteaga, Arteaga, and I am the Faculty Senate Chair of UNLV. You recall that I have spoken about health insurance because Public Employees Benefits Program staff were proposing to eliminate the HMO in the South and the EPO option in the North, and to change our low deductible PPO into a standard PPO with a deductible. There was a PEB board meeting on January 23rd, 2025. I am pleased to report that they have decided not to change our health insurance plan designs. I want to thank my UNLV colleagues for their tremendous number of written comments, over 100 just from December 10th to January 23rd, and their public comments on January 23rd, which lasted 75 minutes. We also have Michelle Kelly, our NSHE representative on the PEBP board, to thank for her robust defense of NSHE employees' health insurance plans. I also want to thank Regent Stephanie Goodman for calling in to the meeting during public comment to urge the PEB board to keep our insurance options. And I also very much appreciate the written memo which Chancellor Charlton and Chair Cavallo submitted in support of NSHE employees' health insurance. Because of these concerted actions, the PEB board's unanimous vote in our favor preserved health insurance options for 47,000 state employees and their 23,000 dependents. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. You all know why I'm here. Dr. Bill Robinson, Chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate. I just want to remind you, I actually wasn't coming today, and then we had a presentation yesterday. I want to remind you that every Faculty Senate in the last 25 years has made security one of its top 3 priorities on our campus. That's 5 presidents who haven't done the things that we needed to do to protect our faculty, staff, and students on our campus. We had, as I've told you before, Faculty Senate meeting on December 5th, a year and a half ago, where Regent Carvalho was there, where the topic was safety on campus and how we were dealing with the fact that we have incidents with homeless folks on our campus. And when you leave today, make a right out of the parking lot, then make an immediate left onto that first street, and you'll get an idea of what we need to do to build. And it's not just us, it needs to be a community effort, but you can see what we need to do. And we have faculty who are afraid to walk in restrooms on our campus at 7 o'clock in the morning because there might be somebody in there and there might be a physical confrontation. we need to deal with security. And we've been told over and over again, the plan is not a plan. What we've been told is not sufficient. If you watch television or talked about anybody on the December 6th, which was the day after we were talking about security at the Faculty Senate, you know that the Yellow Jackets, the private security is the only thing anybody mentioned in any of those studies, and we cannot get a commitment about whether they're going to stay or go. We need the board to get involved. You were putting security on your agenda every single meeting, and then that stopped. I wish you would go back. Okay, and just in my last 15 seconds, let me also say you're getting a report on enrollment for your very first thing. I don't think that that report gives you anywhere near the full picture of enrollment status on our campuses that you need to see, just like I don't think you're getting the full picture of the financial status of what's going on our campuses that you need to see. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Board of Regents. My name is Alistair Dias. I'm the CSUN Student Body President for UNLV. I just wanted to come over here to voice my support for some of the differential fees that UNLV has kind of put on the table. As a student, my biggest priority is making sure that there's always a student voice and making sure that students always have a say in what their fees are being used for. And so I know that that's going to be kind of a discussion today, so I just kind of wanted to voice my support of the fact that students have been involved in the decision-making since our last meeting, and to show that there has been efforts both with student leadership, like myself in GPSA, but also with student orgs and student involvement groups, to make sure that the money that UNLV currently has is being used in the best interest of students. So I just kind of wanted to voice my support out there, and thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Regents. Teresa Marie, Graduate and Professional Student Body President at UNLV. And I wanted to echo what President Dias said. We were included in these up-and-coming differential fee discussions. I did ask a lot of tough questions. I did ask that our leadership dive further into the explanations because I did not think they were enough. And I do have to say that the sheets that were provided for this meeting are much better than what I was looking at previously. So I thank them for that. As we move forward, one of the things that I do hope that the board continues to put pressure on, because I graduate in May, and I am gainfully employed when I graduate, but I will still be local, is to keep putting pressure and asking those questions. As we build new buildings, I have a tech background. Tech goes out of date quickly. How are we going to maintain the tech in these buildings? Don't let it fall on differential fees. How are we going to maintain the shiny, fancy things that are coming up? Don't let it fall on differential fees. Like, this should be something that should be included in maintenance and upkeep, but not on the backs of students. So I appreciate you guys listening, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have one phone. Caller with phone number ending in 8853. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Doug Unger, D-O-U-G, U-N-G-E-R, Acting President, UNLV Chapter, Nevada Faculty Alliance, speaking to agenda items 3 and 4. The governor's recommended budget includes a reportedly unprecedented error in the form of a structural deficit amounting to $335 million. My reading of the NSHE budget presentation to the Legislative Commission Thursday, January 23rd, is that the 83rd legislature is looking to NSHE's budget to make up a big part of this deficit, which means higher education may be harmfully underfunded. It seems to me that we're going to have to fight for everything we need with everything we have. Most at risk is NSHE's request to fund COLA increases at 80%, also recommended by the governor. The sentiment by legislative leaders appears to be that this 80% would not coincide with policies for other state agencies, thus would be, quote, unfair, in the words of one legislator. Another legislator mistakenly referred to the 80% as, quote, not what we've traditionally done, unquote, as though the math error in the 81st session carried over to the 82nd session has become by now a tradition, which is baffling to those of us who've been around for a while. In my opinion, the best argument we can make to support the 80% funding for COLAs is to keep reminding the legislators and doing it relentlessly that NSHE is not a state agency like any other, because we serve 100,000 plus students. Underfunding COLAs will negatively affect our economic impact for the state. It will only perpetuate a vicious cycle that puts pressure on Regents to raise tuition and fees and/or freeze faculty positions and/or stifle key programs that will be painful to students, along with diminishing their opportunities. I hope we can all unite around this message, all of us together, Regents, NSHE administration, faculty, staff, and students. Funding of COLAs at 80% is essential to keep achieving our mission. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 2, State of the System, Enrollment and Graduation. And for this, I'll turn it to Interim Chancellor Patricia Charlton.
Okay, good morning. For the record, I am Patty Charlton, your current Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. As we start a new year, I wanted to have an opportunity to take a moment and assess where we are today in terms of our core mission. And our core mission, your core mission, is to produce college graduates. This presentation today has 2 primary focuses. First, a look to reflect on how far we have come in the 3 short decades that I've had the privilege of working in this system. And second, to identify where there is additional work to be done, because you all know there is always more work to be done. And so with all of this framed relative to your mission, that is the board established mission for the system. Hold on. This is that mission up on the screen, and I know I will not read it to you. But there are areas within this formal mission that are highlighted. It is a long mission statement, I know, and the primary intent is very clear: to graduate students, particularly for the benefit of our state. You have clearly defined as a board the role of educating and training Nevada's workforce. Obviously, there are elements to this that the board has recognized are critical, such as research. We are very proud to have not 1, but 2 R1 universities, and the board's focus on building the system's research profile in recent years has been clear, but that is going to be a presentation that we will do on another day, but I will say that there is much to be proud of. Today, I'm going to focus on the primary role, again, of educating and graduating students. And this presentation is really trying to interweave a story of how far we have come, but at the same time, as I'm exiting this role soon as Chancellor in the coming months, this presentation will also highlight areas of focus in the future, depending on the type of system that we want for Nevada. So as I tell this story, I want to use your strategic goals as the framework. As such, we will evaluate our progress in the key areas of access, which is measured by enrollment, student success, which we measure through the graduation of students, our workforce contribution in terms of how many of our students are remaining, our graduates are remaining in Nevada following graduation, and finally, how the financial investment matters as we consider the system and the future of Nevada. So let's get started. So first, as we talk about access, and access really refers to the opportunities that students have across our state to participate in higher education. The most fundamental measure of access is enrollment, as it is a direct measure of the number of individuals that are participating in our system. This board has clearly defined an objective in its strategic goals to increase participation in higher education. So how are we doing on that front? Let's take a look. So I'm going to go back even more than 3 decades, going to go back about 5. So let's look at Nevada in relation to the nation over the last 50 years. If you look at the chart in front of you, this graph shows post-secondary enrollment per 100,000 population for Nevada. That is the blue line that you see in front of you. And for the US, that is the red line. This includes enrollments for all degree-granting institutions that report through IPEDS. For Nevada, that means it also will include private institutions as well, or those private institutions that reported in IPEDS. We have more private institutions today than we did in 1970, and we have more institutions as well within the system than we did 50 years ago. Ideally, what we would like to see is that red and that blue line come together, and actually we'd rather see Nevada overshadow the nation, but absent of that, we are doing better as a state relative to the nation when those lines come together, which was the case in 1980 and again in 1990, when we tracked very closely to that national average. This is an interesting comparison, given that we were a much, much smaller state at that time and managed a lot different enrollment population than we did relative to the 100,000 population. It is also interesting to note in 1980, there were 8 institutions serving Nevada and reporting to IPEDS, 6 of which were public and were a part of this system. By 2022, there were 37 institutions, 7 of which were NSHE. So what we really see is that proliferation of external and private institutions coming into our states. So while the state is bigger because we have so many more institutions, you'd expect that we'd be serving relatively more students per 100,000. However, again, ideally, we want to see these lines come together in a much closer fashion. So what does this slide say about where we are today? The lines are spreading apart. We are losing ground and enrolling fewer students per 100,000 than we were in 1980, when we enrolled 5,054 students per 100,000. The good news is the decline appears to be slowing, but declining nonetheless, at least relative to the rest of the nation. Now let's look specifically at NSHE. You've seen this slide many times and you've seen different variation, but what it really shows is the system peaked in enrollments in 2010 with 113,103. And that is when basically we were coming out or beginning to come out of the Great Recession. 2010 will be a reference point as we move through the presentation today, as we look back for the time frame as how we are doing relative to system level enrollments. And that is, again, that has been our high mark, but our institutions are doing great work and we want to highlight that as well. It is important, again, to note that while 2010 was the peak, we look at each of the institutions in the coming slides because that was particularly the same position where they were peaking at that particular point in time. 4 of our 7 teaching institutions have exceeded their pre-recession periods, and many are continuing to realize growth. A quick historical note on the Great Recession is, as a nation, the Great Recession is generally accepted as having occurred between December 2007 to June 2009, but Nevada was very different. Nevada, given the nature of our economy, took a little bit longer to recover, and I know many of us were here during that time and realized how very challenging it was. But at that particular time, we were realizing, especially within our community colleges, people were coming back for retraining and retooling, and that was an important part, and that's a lot of what we saw was a significant growth in enrollments at the community colleges. Another year that will be referred to is also 2020, which is also the peak of COVID. The pandemic had several ramifications for our enrollment recovery from the recession, particularly at the community colleges. We will see the impact of the pandemic as we drill down and look particularly at each institution. We also know that that particularly was not a unique situation for Nevada, but across the country, community colleges struggled. So now let's look at this by sector of 2-year institutions and our 4-year institutions. All of the enrollment data in this presentation comes from IPEDS. That is to ensure that we have continuity, which does not go back to the 1970s with institutional data. So our baseline here is going to be 1980. From 1980 to the Great Recession, the majority of our enrollment was at our community colleges. You see that the red line that represents NSHE's community colleges being above the blue line that represents the 4-year institution. And obviously, we do have one very, very large community college, which is CSN, and that is a lot of what you see in those enrollments. This all changed, however, during the pandemic when community college enrollment, as I mentioned earlier, continued to decline. And still, it has not fully recovered from those pre-pandemic levels, but much progress has been made and our institutions are doing a fabulous job. So let's go down a little bit further. So this table shows the institutional enrollment that corresponds to the sector level data from that prior slide. So what do we see? When we go back to the system peak level in 2010, and again, that is just the largest enrollment that we saw as a system. The universities are all larger today, especially as you call out Nevada State. And while they didn't exist in the early measures of this chart, they have increased their enrollment from 2010, 143%. And I'm sorry that President Pollard isn't here with us in person. I think we would see a little cheerleading, but she is with us remotely. The community colleges do show a dramatically different story of enrollment changes and shifts. And I know that CSN stands out significantly on this chart, but we also know that that was a high mark. And again, given the environment and the urban area in which we live, that was very specific. And having been at that institution at that time, all kinds of innovative and creative opportunities were realized at that time to get students in, especially because of that economic downturn. Throughout the rest of the enrollment portion of this, I will come back to CSN, and I have had an opportunity to speak with President Kibler and Academic VP McCoy regarding that, so we'll be able to answer any questions at the end. Now I want to go into a closer look at each institution individually, and then we'll come back again to where we were during the recession and pandemic. By the way, and I'm going to give a plug for the data dashboard, all of this information is available to you on the data dashboard, and I love to see Regent Arascata smile at that plug. So let's start with UNLV. For all of these slides, again, we're going to focus on the IPEDS enrollment going back to 2009. Because while the system peaked at 2010, for some individual institutions like UNLV, its peak was actually the prior year of the Great Recession, that pre-recessionary period, and where they had 29,000 students. Looking at UNLV since the recession, you'll see from 2010 through 2019, there was slight and slow decline, followed by a slight and slow recovery to 2019, where its enrollment peaked again in the fall of 2023. And again, we don't have fall of 2024 because at the time we were putting this together, enrollments were preliminary. And so now UNLV is over 31,000 students. What isn't apparent from this slide in 2020, when again, when we saw that CSN enrollment decline, was UNLV assumed the role of the largest NSHE institution. When we look forward, you know, a lot of times you'll see, where did students go? We have so many other institutions that are playing a part in this environment. So we'll be continuing to look at where some of the enrollments have gone flat and some have increased. So that said, as of the end of fall of 2024, and again, UNLV's enrollment is nearly 33,000. So increasing from the fall of 2023, adding an even greater population. So now let's look at UNR. UNR's recession era peak was in 2010 with 17,680 students enrolled. While UNLV's enrollment slowed slight but steady declines following the recession, UNR was a little bit different, where they showed a slight but steady increase in enrollment. Their enrollment peaked again in 2017 with another slight decrease during the pandemic. Again, a little bit different than what UNLV was realizing at that same time. Today, UNR has recovered to its pre-pandemic levels. Further, as of the end of fall of 2024, its enrollment is now approximately 22,300 students, due in large part primarily to their dual enrollment increase. But then, nonetheless, increasing enrollment over the fall of 2023 and what you see on this slide. So again, you see the 21,778, and now they're over 22,300. From these two slides, you can see that both of our research universities have exhibited resilience during the recession and pandemic with slow but steady growth. And UNR has a slight increase, but generally flat at UNLV. Next, let's switch to Nevada State. This is our newest institution within the system. And while NSU saw no enrollment declines from the recession or the pandemic, both during those periods of time, enrollments continued to increase. And peaking during the pandemic, actually, was 7,289 students enrolled. That is almost two and a half times its recession-era peak of 2,988 students. Since the pandemic, NSU enrollment is continuing but has somewhat been flat, and I know that President Pollard has shared some of the challenges, particularly as we talked about financial aid applications last year. Next, let's look at CSN. As you have already heard, and as I've mentioned, CSN had they were the largest institution for quite a long time within our system, but they have seen declines over the period. In 2010, while yes, that was the high mark for CSN, they had a significant margin with 42,747 students enrolled. The second largest at that time was UNLV with just over 28,000. At that time, CSN had approximately 14,500 more students than UNLV. But during the pandemic, as I mentioned, community colleges across the country were hard hit, and that did not have, that was similar with what we see at CSN. In the 9 years from 2010 to 2019, CSN did lose another 8,000 students, almost 8,800 students, or 21%. Again, the pandemic had a significant impact with 4,000 students, or an 11% impact at that time. Looking at the fall of 2024 enrollment, CSN does have a slight increase going up in their headcount, but their FTE is increasing, which is what we want to see, and we're going to come back to that later because a full-time student is going to graduate faster as well. So moving on to Great Basin College. This slide shows a very different enrollment story. GBC has recovered and exceeded its 2010 enrollment peak, and they did that by fall of 2019. Where it enrolled almost 3,900 students until the pandemic hit. In the wake of the pandemic, there was a slow but steady enrollment decline. However, as in the fall of 2024, which I know that President Dinelli shared with us, they have had a significant increase in enrollment, ending the fall 2024 semester with over 3,500 students enrolled. So if you look at last fall, or fall of 2023 at 2,900, this fall of 3,500. Moving on to Truckee Meadows Community College. Their recession-era enrollment peak occurred in 2009 with almost 13,000 students enrolled. Similar, again, to the other community colleges, its enrollment continued to decline following the recession, but unlike GBC, it had not recovered to its full recession era high of almost 13,000 students. By fall of 2019, its enrollment started to show those signs of recovery, 11,316 students enrolled, then the pandemic hit, and again, enrollments did take a hit. Hopefully you are seeing this pattern here for the colleges as they begin to see signs of enrollment recovery and in some ways growing exponentially. By fall of 2023, TMCC's enrollment was increasing and continues to increase into fall of 2024 with the end of term enrollments over 11,000 students. And a lot of that, and what we've seen in some of our formula conversations, has been in the area of CTE, really meeting that workforce need. And finally, Western Nevada College. This slide is very similar to Truckee Meadows enrollment, where the recession era peak occurred in 2009 with 5,229 students enrolled, and that decline followed the recession and then again during the pandemic as well. But also, like TMCC, and we heard this from President Dalpy last year in particular, significant growth occurring at that institution. And in fall of 2024, they're right around 4,400 students. So significant growth across our institutions, and they are making great progress in supporting Nevadans. So what's the takeaway on enrollment? To quickly recap where we've been, the universities have exhibited resilience following the recession, and Nevada State continues a steady and strong growth, both since the recession and from the pandemic. It is also a different story for our community colleges, and again, this is equally occurring on the national level as well, where the enrollments were not as, they declined, after the recession, got hit hard during the pandemic, but they are making great recovery. That said, our community colleges, again, are realizing enrollment increases and or at least stopping the decline and focusing again on those full-time students to increase graduation and completion. So now we're going to look a little bit more at our enrollment and dive even deeper into what our student population looks like. So we're also going to focus this first slide is focusing NSHE as it is in terms of the national level, in terms of what our enrollments look like by race and ethnicity. The blue bars represent NSHE, and the red bars represent the nation as a whole. As you can see clearly that as a system, our enrollment of underserved populations, particularly our Asian, Hispanic, and two or more races, exceed the national average or the nation. But what we do not look like in our state is our general population, our overall, what does the Nevada look like as a whole? This next slide is a distribution of Nevada's population from the state demographer. It is important to note that NSHE uses the race and ethnicity categories as defined by the federal government and are used in IPEDS reporting, which includes the two or more races option for students to identify. The state demographer does not use that category, and so there may be a little bit different variation, specifically as it also combines Asian and Pacific Islanders, which is two distinct categories within our system of enrollment. So that said, from what you can see here is that in 2023, Nevada is basically a 50-50 majority-minority state. But NSHE looks very, very different. So in this next slide, you can see that in 2014, we basically crossed the 50-50 mark, what I had just shared as the state is at now. As of today, we are a minority-majority serving system, meaning that the majority, or 64.5% of our student population, are from historically underrepresented populations. It's one thing to see the change over time when looking at our white and historically underrepresented populations, but what does that look like when you dive in further to the categories? And again, that happened in 2014 where we shifted. This slide compares the race and ethnicity distribution of the system from 2014 until fall of 2023. So again, in fall of 2014, we were a 50-50 system, and in fall of 23, we were a 65-35%. It is clear from this that the greatest gains in enrollment have been in our Hispanic population, followed by the two or more categories. But the slide also shows where additional work needs to be done. So to summarize that prior slide, in the last decade, the greatest enrollment increases for historically underrepresented populations occurred in the Hispanic, Asian, and two or more categories. But in an era when we moved well into the minority-majority status, we saw declines in individuals being left behind. Specifically, our American Indian or Alaska Natives, our Black or African Americans, and our Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islanders. Unfortunately, these are the categories that we already had historically low enrollment in the past decade. That's a challenge, and there is work to be done. So the good news, though, on that last slide on enrollment is we've covered a lot of ground here, and I want to just recap really quickly. So our four-year institutions are doing well. We're holding steady in terms of enrollment. They survived, and in many cases, like Nevada State, have thrived post the Great Recession and post the pandemic. Our community colleges, like others across the country, have struggled with the greatest enrollment declines coming post the Great Recession and the pandemic. All of our institutions are making strides and increasing enrollment, including CSN. And finally, the system significantly moved the needle in the perspective of historically underrepresented student populations, but we have work to do with our American Indians, our Alaskan Natives, Black or African American, and Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islanders. So moving on to your next goal, and again, framing this story around your goals for the system, is success. We are graduating more students. So let's start with the educational attainment. So this is the measure of the education level of our state's population. When, as a state, many, many years ago, we joined what was called Complete College America. Actually, I think it's still called Complete College America, sorry. That was over a decade ago. And this was a metric that the board often referred to as it developed strategic plans. Let's adopt those strategies and those incentives. So similar to the enrollment of students per 100,000, ideally, we'd like to see the blue line above the red line. Nevada is that blue line, or at least get them closer together. That said, this is a very, very difficult needle to move, and as Nevada has followed the nation in terms of a growing sector of our population having a bachelor's degree or higher. In 22 years, look at where we have come, from 18.2% to 27.3%. While we lag the US, this progress is absolutely noteworthy and something to celebrate. The most often cited measure of student success is an institution's graduation rate. That said, the graduation rate is a good measure for some institutions, but not all, and you as a board have heard that particularly loud and clear from the community colleges. The standard IPEDS graduation rate is the percentage of first-time, full-time, degree-seeking students that graduate within 150% of normal time. That's 6 years for a bachelor's degree, 3 years for an associate's, and 1.5 years for a certificate of achievement. The problem with that rate is that the cohort, again, it's first-time, full-time, degree-seeking, is much more adoptable for our 4-year institutions, but not our community colleges where the traditional student is more likely to be a part-time student and may also be a transfer student, either criteria of which exclude them from being counted in that current IPEDS rate. That said, more of our students at our universities are full-time, and so the standard IPEDS graduation rate tends to be a pretty good measure for them. And in today's presentation, I'm going to go in a little bit deeper on that standard IPEDS rate, and then also look at what we call the outcomes measure that helps to recognize the community colleges, with the goal of giving you the most accurate picture possible of our improvements in student success, because over the last decade or more, NSHE has made significant improvements. The presidents need to be recognized for that. Our institutions do, our students do, and so does this board. So let's look at the universities. So looking at the universities and looking at graduation rates over the last 20 years, graduation rates continue to increase. And we're churning out more graduates than ever because they fall into that cohort of that first-time, full-time degree seeking. This and the next slide are going to show you the improvements during the period of time when the state and the board shifted its focus from inputs to, we call it butts and seats, to outputs and basically completers. And that happened also with the 2013 funding formula change. And that was a message clearly sent to us from the legislature and others that graduating students matters. And our institutions have stepped up to the charge. The improvement for all the universities is very clear here. UNR's recent jump to 62.4% now aligns. They are just fraction below the national average. UNLV's graduation rate has also increased significantly by 12 points. And look at Nevada State University, where their graduation rate has doubled in just 10 years. All are notable, all are impressive, and again, that took place during a very difficult time. And again, that also aligns with some of the formula components that we've talked about before. So let's look at the community colleges. A very different picture here. However, it's important to keep in mind that these cohorts, or the denominator in that calculation, is a very small or relative to the overall population of an institution for its first-time, full-time degree-seeking students. You've heard from our colleges that upwards of 75% of their students attend part-time. So those students don't necessarily factor into this calculation. For the cohort used in the 2023 graduation rate, the students accounted for in the denominator in the rate only are 7% of the college's total enrollment. So that means over 90% of our community college students are non-traditional, and are not included in the IPEDS cohort. You've heard that from our presidents, and I know, I'm sure that President Hilgerson is up north, and I know that she has talked about this for many years. And she's right, it doesn't recognize all of the students that we have, but we have an outcomes measure that shows a very different story. However small the cohort, you have to recognize the growth in this completion, and they are significant. Let's start with CSN. Now, what is not included on this slide is 2001. And in 2001, there was a 1% graduation rate. 1%. Look at them today at 18%. That is incredible. And moving that needle in that time frame is significant. And it takes a lot of effort and focus at the institution. Next, GBC with a graduation rate of 51.5%. It may be a small cohort, but look at that notable improvement. 51.5%, almost double the national average. Same with TMCC and with Western, incredible strides. Look at TMCC from 5.3% in 2003 to almost, or just over 28% today. And the same with WNC, 20% to 37%. That is incredible for those institutions. But again, that doesn't tell the full story. So we have what's called the NSHE outcomes measure. And I've talked about that a little bit today, but again, as I mentioned, it doesn't do, the IPED rate does a disservice to our community colleges. The outcomes measure basically expands that cohort of first-time, full-time degree seeking, or the denominator in that IPEDS rate, by including the part-time students and the transfer students that are excluded from that other calculation. It tracks those students also over a longer period of time and identifies them at 8 years and whether or not they are still enrolled in an institution of higher education. I'm not going to review all of the outcomes measures for the universities because it doesn't really tell the same story or as dramatic, but let's look at the community colleges. These bars are stacked to show the students that have graduated within 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, and those students that are still enrolled after 8 years. That's tenacity for sure. Using CSN as an example, starting with the students that enrolled in 2015 to 2016 academic year, after 4 years, 18% of those students graduated. Then at 6 and 8 years, an additional 5%, 2%, and another 3% to follow that. That means that 48%, when you add those together, of the cohort is accounted for within 8 years, but the remaining 52%, we're not exactly sure where they are. You can see from each of the institutions, and when you start looking at GBC, look at the dramatic numbers of those students, and again, TMCC and Western as well. So this is a much broader approach that is not only more accurate picture for those institutions, but also shows a significant percentage of students graduating compared to the standard IPEDS cohort rate that, again, only captures a very small percentage or 7% of all the students. So as we look at this over time, this compares at the sector level for all of the colleges combined. So the outcomes from the 2019 cohort compared to the 2015. What is striking about this is the obvious improvement between the two cohorts, between 19% graduating in 18 years to 35%. Again, an era when the board, the state, and our institutions were very focused on graduation, completion, and helping our students realize their dreams. And then finally, this last slide is very, very exciting to see. This is the raw numbers of our students that are graduating. And so these are the students that are ready and are jumping into our Nevada workforce. So as we look at these numbers, look at Nevada State University, 200.7%, producing 818 in 23-24 as compared to 2011-2012 of 272. The same for our universities, but every institution is really producing graduates that are going into our workforce. TMCC at 118.2%, CSN at 112.6%, 4,632, and look at UNLV, 6,000, just 6,901, just under 7,000 completers. That is a huge amount of success, again, for our institutions and for our system as a whole. So the takeaway here is you can see that we are better today than ever at completing your core mission of graduating students in support of our state. That's not to say that there isn't more work to be done, but it is important to take a moment and to just breathe in and celebrate the good news. You can also clearly see that obviously that focus on outcomes has made a difference. Our institutions, it puts a lot of pressure on them, but they are doing tremendous work. And so are our students, because they're the ones that are actually crossing the finish line. So let's look at the workforce. And I know Regent Brown will be excited about the workforce. So going back to our mission, another important part is that we are graduating students to support Nevada's workforce. So let's see how we're doing. The obvious place to start is two areas of primary focus for our state and for our institutions: teachers and nurses. Going back at least 2 decades, the legislature has made a very focused effort and attempt, and supported us financially as well, in their desire for increasing the number of nurses. Even in the 2023 session, as you might recall, there was capacity funding added of $10 million per year of each year over the biennium to support our institutions in increasing the capacity of nursing programs. The same thing is for teachers, as the state has always had a special place and a need for teachers, and we have yet to begin to crack the nut on where we can help our system and our state support and produce more teachers. NSHE has responded to that demand through substantial increases in graduating teachers and nurses at 66.2% and 63.9% respectively. But the other question that we have is whether or not they're staying in Nevada after graduation. We do have that information because of our statewide longitudinal data system, and now we know that answer. We didn't always know that answer. So this is a huge success point. However, we'd love to see it at 100%. As I go into this data, we do have some limitations, however. We know today if a graduate is still working in Nevada the year immediately following their graduation. But what we don't know is whether or not they're working specifically in that field. So that's because the state's wage records, I'm seeing that nod from Regent Brown. That's because the state's wage records maintained by DETR include an industry code, but not the occupation code. So that means we know if someone is generally working in Nevada, but we don't know if a nurse is working as an administrator in a hospital or if they're actually doing nursing. So that's just a limitation that we're not able to draw on. Despite that drawback, however, it is important to know that a significant of our students who graduate here with degrees in education and other health-related fields are staying in our state. And you hear that from the presidents each time they present data and metrics. 85.8% remain for education, and I think at least a couple is around the table today, and 81.2% in the health area. It is also reasonable to assume that many of these graduates do work in the field, but again, we can't verify if they're in this specific field, such as a nurse being in a hospital. So how does this compare to other fields? So this is just a snapshot looking at engineering, computer and information sciences, precision production, and business management and marketing. So here you can see that there are other fields where we don't have as much success in retaining those individuals within the state of Nevada. So looking again, going back to your mission and our mission, we are contributing to an educated and trained workforce, and no doubt we are meeting that aspect of your mission within Nevada and the system. So I'd like to also add that having the data to back that statement is significant. And so all of this workforce data can be found on your website and the data dashboard. And we've also invited our legislators and our community stakeholders to go and look at this information. We have a wealth of information that's out there, and so let's use it for good. So let's go to funding, and I promise I'm almost done, and then we can open it up for questions. So I'd like to end this presentation on funding today, and you have acknowledged the need for sufficient funding, which is also codified in your mission. So at the beginning of the presentation, we reviewed the mission statement that is, again, codified in the handbook. And it's important to acknowledge that at the same section of the handbook, notes some general objectives that I've highlighted here. But most important is the acknowledgement that we need adequate funding to meet the objectives, to support our institutions, to support our students. We heard a lot about that in public comment. You have advocated, we will advocate as well. Your statement to this effect, again, is noted that we need to achieve the objectives. The Board of Regents must seek sufficient funding from the state and other sources to support programs of high quality. It is important to also know, that statement is outlined here, that funding is always an issue, and we know that. Whether we like it or not, our ability to develop and maintain quality programs and to have the faculty to support those programs for graduating students is very dependent on adequacy of resources. So how are we doing on the funding level? This graph shows for Nevada and the US public appropriations per full-time equivalent student. And this goes back, again, back to 1980 and over several decades. And this is a reference from NSHE, and I know that Vice Chancellor Vitone is ready to assist as there's questions as we move into this section. The graph depicts how Nevada has fared relative to the nation. Like other comparisons to the US, ideally, we want to see that blue line denoting Nevada above the red line, not equal to the red line, but above the red line compared to the United States. This slide starts out in the period of time when the appropriations exceeded the national average, which was in 1980. Granted, it was slight, but still, Nevada was higher than the US 40 plus years ago. You can also see that since that time, there have been ups and downs for the economy, and many of us who have been in Nevada have seen that and realized that directly. But unfortunately, the declines in our appropriations per FTE has resulted in a very wide spread between the two lines, growing more recently as we are continuing to lag. Next, I'd like to see as we drill down into this story. So we'll start with the four-year institutions. As recently as 2019, the appropriations per FTE actually exceeded the US average, but that position of being above the national average completely reversed in 2023, where the four-year institutions now lag the US average by over 1,000 per FTE. It's a precipitous drop that we need to be aware of. Now look at the community colleges, which have not in recent history enjoyed a position of exceeding or even coming close to the national average, and to the contrary, are far below. And while the recent years, the two-year appropriations have increased, the gap, however, continues to grow. This difference between the sectors is due in part to a funding formula that clearly recognized and celebrated that we needed to have research institutions. And we recognize that, and we want to maintain that priority. And it worked. We have two R1 institutions, but what it didn't recognize is the manner and the role that our community colleges play in supporting our workforce, serving students who are less prepared and more often than not are enrolled part-time. And as you'll remember, and we asked after the Higher Education Funding Committee work, which several of our regents participated in, is that we needed to recognize that the last formula did its job. It had its purpose. We have two R1s. We need to infuse additional resources to our community colleges to recognize those part-time students, recognize the work that they do, but not to redistribute resources away. So this board, and thank you for recommending an additional allocation of $21 million per year. And we're working with the legislature and the governor's office to start that implementation, but we need more resources. We need more resources across our system. So again, I just want to add that that financial incentives have mattered. The recent revisions, as I just mentioned, the board embraced, and we are moving forward in that process, and it has been included in the governor's recommended budget in a phased implementation. We know that resources are strained and are very tight at the legislature, but we need advocates, and I know that you are the best advocates, our presidents and our students as well. Hopefully, this presentation leaves you with a better appreciation of what we have accomplished in the last decade and over many decades, where we are graduating more graduates, we're realizing a return of our enrollment levels, and we are continuing to grow. But again, I want to pause and recognize again that our community colleges have really struggled, and it's at a difficult time for them on enrollment. It feeds the pipeline to our graduation, and our universities have achieved their R1 status. They are graduating more students, and they have much to be proud of. They are growing rapidly, and we need to support those efforts. So while our colleges have struggled, but that is not ununique to what has happened across the country, but we are recovering, and that's because I think of the leadership of our institutions and the programs that they offered in support of the state of Nevada. So with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my presentation. I actually have 1 minute and 17 seconds left before the questions were supposed to start. And so with that, I am available for questions. And I do know that Jose Martinez is going to be joining us. He's jumping hopefully off a meeting very soon if there is specific questions regarding the data points. But I just want to really thank the presidents, the students, the faculty, the staff, and this board for leading what you see is something that you should be very proud of. We are producing graduates, we are supporting Nevadans, and we are graduating people that are successful in the workforce. There's nothing better that we could say from today.
Thank you. So I do have some questions. First, I'll go to Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. Chancellor, appreciate that. That was good. Lots of information, but I'm kind of disappointed that you're not trying out for the Chancellor position like you mentioned. Well, you mentioned it, so I'll. My first thing, of course, is you said that we have access in 1990. It was 5,136, and in 2022 it was 3,005. What do you mean by access? What do you mean people can come to the university and say, hey, look, I want to sign up, here's my money, take it? What exactly you mentioned access? It was in the first few slides. It's not the numbers so much that I'm talking the different, the different numbers, but what do you mean by that, access?
So when we talk access, access is really defined as enrollment. It's the number of people that are participating in enrollment. It's enrollment, and it's those. And again, this is focused on our credit programs, but when you look at not just our community colleges, but also our universities, there's a whole nother level of participation that they are also realizing in non-credit programs and other areas. And so we measure access by enrollments at this point, so yes.
I'm trying to rush it because I know the chair will start going like this to her, microphone. So I better do it fast. So then you said enrollment. So you're using access as a separate thing, a separate slide with separate numbers, and then in enrollment, 1990, 63,120, blah, blah, blah. So now you're saying it's both the same thing, access and enrollment.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's all. I was confused with that.
Yeah, and we were comparing ourselves to the national average. And then, the other thing, especially those of us who have been in the state of Nevada, we realized significant population growth.
Yes.
And so when you look at the measure that our institutions are doing, there's a whole nother level. When you're looking at how many people we're impacting per 100,000, think of the population increase, especially those of us who were here in 2000 and even before. We led the nation in the largest population increase across the country. We were growing at a faster rate than any other community. But what our institutions have done is they've answered the call, and that's where they have increased enrollment as well.
I remember that. I've been here since 1980, so I know the difference, how it's changed. Now, when we say enrollment and graduation rates increased, and from what you presented, it sounds really something to be proud of. But to me, it sounds like when you say underrepresented students and people, now they're overrepresented. They're more. So why do we keep calling them underrepresented? When we saw with your graphs that the whites in Nevada are 48% and the Hispanics are 34%, but enrollment in all is Hispanics are much higher than whites. So they're not underrepresented anymore. Just trying to clarify that word.
Okay. No, certainly, and I think that's a good question. But it also represents those that traditionally have completed a post-secondary education. That is where there has been a lag of that percentage of the population that has a post-secondary education. And so some sort of credential. And so it's looking at it in that lens. So while Nevada represents there, we may not have the same percentage of completions. And so
True.
we would be happy to get additional data on trends
I
of
always
that.
love that kind of stuff, but just 2 more questions, real fast. Don't go for that thing. Somebody grab her microphone. Okay.
I only have 11 minutes and 21 seconds left.
She's good. She'll give us a few seconds extra, I know. And look, we've seen all this increase, et cetera, and yet we are graded number 46th in the nation. What are we supposed to be proud of? I mean, we talk about enrollment and graduation. Now, I've been here long enough to remember we went through that with CCSD, and the graduations were amazing, and then they found that they were cheating. Students had just graduated. They were not competent, but they graduated. Why should we be so happy about graduation? Are they really, let me finish and you'll see where I'm coming from. Are they really prepared? Because I don't see that they're getting the jobs from your graphs, but we're graduating them more. So we're supposed to be proud of that without, like I said, I remember CCSD. I have an elephant's memory, even though I look like an elephant sometimes when I eat too much, but I have an elephant's memory. So I remember that clearly. So are we just graduating students for the heck of it? I won't say it for the hell of it, because that's not a good word, but for the heck of it, just to show our numbers are great. Yet we are ranked 46th in the nation. That gives me, we need to ask questions. Numbers look all great and we sound good, but where are we going with this?
Certainly. So I'm going to have to get your reference of 46th of what? 46th in graduating?
46th in higher education in the nation.
Okay.
Let's
well,
say they have 100.
Certainly. Well, so I will tell you that our institutions, and I know as a graduate of a couple of them, and many,
Same here,
the rigor is extremely intense for our programs,
Okay.
and I think our presidents are better to speak to that.
Right.
They definitely don't push students out the door. But what we are recognizing too is making sure that students are completing their goals. So in the past, way long, because I've been in the system a long time ago, we didn't always count, for example, skill certificates at community colleges. That wasn't an output, but that was all somebody needed to get a job in the industry.
Oh,
that was an important measure. So what the big point is, we have come a long way, and we know that we have further
Well,
to
we've
go.
come a long way. I don't mean to be
And
rude.
I think the other part is we have further to go.
Oh, we always do, but it's just numbers we throw out there. But have we studied why this is happening? Why is it that we are doing this? We just give out numbers, but we as a board cannot make changes in policy or do anything if we don't know why things are happening.
Okay.
Very nice numbers. I appreciate that. They were all very impressive,
Mhm.
and I thank you so much for that. But go ahead. Sorry.
And we will get back to you on some of those other factors. It's going to take a little bit of follow-up.
Oh, that would be
On the
great, because
ranking.
I'm sure the others could use that. Everybody's going for their microphone, so I'll shut up now. Ma'am, thank
And
you so
I'm
much.
always happy if any of the presidents want to step in, by the way. You are welcome.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, I have Regent Breger.
Susan Breger for the record. Just 3 things you touched on a little bit. We need to put more value on plumbers, electricians, carpenters, all those that are out there in our skill sets, which you said for a brief moment. But the certification gives them the ability to be the best and the finest. And I think we don't look at that enough at our community colleges and, CSN and all of our community colleges. And I think we need to tout that more, because I don't want to do my plumbing. I actually don't want to cut my hair. I think we need to look at that in a better manner to know that it is part of our graduation rate. It's just not looked at as a global. That's one thing. No excuses for our state as far as our big cities, Reno and Washoe and Clark County and all that. We have about 300,000 people on the Las Vegas Strip. Do we go to those hotels to share? They never know. You might not know what you want to do in the future. I started my life over at 43. So and college wasn't particularly an option at that time, but do we go out there? If we're looking for increased graduation rates and increased people to go to school, there's 300,000 that could do online learning. And I don't know, I don't want answers today because we
Okay.
have a lot of people that want to do it. I'm just sharing that I believe that there is a population out there from 40 on, or those that work on the Strip or in Reno or in Washoe, that could go to school, but they might not think, we need to let people get the attitude, not I can't, but I can. And I think a slogan of some sort to let them know that they can get there, even in our Title I schools, letting them know that there is a place in education, especially more students should be in our CSNs or our GBCs or the and all of our campuses. And then if they feel like there's a need to go on, I'm all for the university system, but I think a starting point for better education would be there. The last thing that I do want to say, in the essence of time, the last slide said something about the future. We need to look at IT, AI, and medical. Those are the three components that are very important within our state. And if we look at those, that is also going to increase our graduation rates. That is the future, whether we look at it now or not, but all aspects of medical. A program that lets you be the best person in the office. How do you run an office? What do? You can get if you want to call it a certificate. And I should add, only because I'm sensitive to it, as a real estate agent with 35 years, I don't have a degree, but between banking, finance, and all that I do to protect my clients, and sometimes in telling them they should not buy, even though I only work 100% commission, and I challenge anyone to do something like that. It has served me well to support my family, but it's not a college degree. Those are the three things that I find, and I'm doing it quickly, that should be very important within our system and make a difference. If we're looking at numbers for graduation, then I think those three things, to me, are very important. And especially, I am sensitive to the certifications. They are valuable employees and people in our system. And there's even some companies in HVAC that have schools within their companies that teach and have very viable, well-paying jobs. People don't understand that you don't need hundreds of thousands. You need consistency to live so that you can do the right things. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Regent Berger. And if I could just add, one of the things that we know, and at least from my experience, particularly with the community colleges, and I think all of our institutions, is there are students that start our programs and they don't finish. And typically they won't finish because they are getting scooped up in the labor market before they can complete. But our institutions follow them. They come after them. They make sure, hey, you were just a few credits short of your completion. You were just that short, or we want to make sure that we continue to engage. The other thing that I think is very important is across our system is a stackable credential. You come in and maybe you're going to be an electrician today, and then maybe it gets a little bit harder down the road to maybe do some of that climbing up on the ladder or all those other things and some of those issues. But then they come back and they can go into adding on to that credential that they have earned to continue to progress through their career. Things change, and so that's where I think the benefit of this systemness that we have, where we have the transfer, we have the opportunity for students to come in, we want them to finish, and then we want them to stack on top of that to realize those goals. And I think your point is well taken on IT and medical. Those are top industries and high workforce needs throughout our state of Nevada. Our institutions receive substantial grant funding, in, for example, for training, for developing programs. And I know that our community college and our university presidents could add more to that.
The only thing that I will end with is I remember when I was campaigning for this, and someone that owns a limousine company said, "Why do my employees need a college graduation?" And I said to her, "Maybe they want to own your company someday." So we need to remember that just because you start somewhere is not where you end. And I think that's very important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I want to go back to the beginning of your presentation when we were talking about enrollment by institution. And you mentioned dual enrollment obviously being included in the overall enrollment rates. So I know I brought this up before. Did you have?
No, I was just going to add that they are included in our enrollment rates. They will not be included in our graduation rates necessarily because of the cohort. There's probably a time when they're picked up, but not in that context. So,
yeah, and I love to see high school students graduating with an associate's degree before they graduate with their high school degree. It's really
weird.
wonderful.
It's
to
cool,
see.
but it's weird.
But having said that, I do actually have some problems with, and I want to understand this a little bit more when it comes to dual enrollment, and specifically when it comes to our R1 institutions. So we really value the research opportunities and the money that gets spent. We talk about our 2 R1s, but then on the flip side, we're including thousands of students in enrollment rates, and we're celebrating that. And I still have a problem, and I've said this, I have a problem with our R1s playing in the dual enrollment space because it's trying to be everything to everyone all at once. But I do want to break these dual enrollment numbers down because I have asked these questions before. And I am curious what the matriculation rate is for these dual enrollment students with the school on record, specifically if they're R1.
Okay, so just to make sure the matriculation, if they start in a dual enrollment at a specific university, are they actually entering when they graduate high school? So just making a note for, we'll have to come back with that data point.
Yeah, I want to know, are they actually matriculating to an NSHE institution, but then more specifically, are they matriculating to the school on record?
Okay.
Right? I think those are 2 separate numbers. And then as a follow-up, do they stay in that school of record? And then specifically for our R1s, because we've sat in this room, I think it was June of 23, when I asked this question, and I never got an answer to it, but I am curious so I know some of our dual enrollment students are given exceptions because they don't have a 3.0 GPA, and I was told by both of the presidents that they would get me this number. I would like to know what that percentage of exceptions are that do not have a 3.0 GPA but are enrolled at UNR and UNLV, and then how many of them stay there? And do we have do they have success once they arrive on campus, or do they fall back to a community college? Do they, we're not calling it washout, do they step out? Step out, I think we call it?
Step out's a bit,
Step out.
a much
Do
better
they
term.
step out? I am curious what this is because these numbers don't really tell the full picture unless we understand how they're moving. And I understand that some of this is relatively new, which I think was the problem of June of 23, but it has been a year and a half, 18 months. And so I am hoping that we can at least get a sense of what the last cohort was like, and over the last year, have they? And then let's project and see, are these students going to find the same success? Because I do think that at some point we do need to have this conversation about mission differentiation, and I think these will be really important statistics for us to have.
Absolutely, thank you. I think I've got them all. We'll work with your chief of staff to make sure I got those questions, but thank you.
I'll hand you my notes if you want it.
Thank you.
And then the last thing, I do appreciate Regent Brager bringing up the workforce piece, right? Because I am curious. I'll take CSN as a really good example. 11% of their student population are union members. So how are we counting that graduation rate? Are we counting it towards, I'm just curious. And then same with certificate programs, right? If somebody comes in, and their certificate program is only 6 months, but they started in spring, if they're not included in the fall, is that a win for our system? And how do we actually count all those things? And then I just want to kind of share, and this will be more in the workforce, if I'm allowed to be the workforce chair still. We are going to tackle, streamlining and unifying across the system, AP credits, credit for prior learning, CTE, when you matriculate military service. There's all of these things that I think are also not involved in what we're doing.
Certainly, I just wanted to follow up on that point. As we, just 2 weeks ago, you approved the framework for the strategic plan. Those points are in there, as well as those components of making sure that we are getting our adult population back engaged, because we reference that we've lost a large percentage of where we used to be on those non-traditional, I'm going to say a little bit more mature student adult population. So those are major focuses, and I think that covers many areas. It's a point of concern for us as it is for you and for the institutions as well. But yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, and I want to thank you for this presentation. I feel like we've gotten a report card. And yes, the information's all in iPads, but for you to put it together through access or success and funding really ties it all together. And it makes me feel like the work I've done for the last 8 years has been very worthwhile my time. So continuous improvement. But I want to go back to just a couple things. We've got someone on our board, and it's we elect them or appoint them to be on the K through 12 board. And we've talked about having that joint meeting. We've never had that joint meeting in the time I've been on the board. The real key here is the amount of kids that graduate from high school that don't go on to higher ed. That is our low-hanging fruit, so ripe. We've got to get those enrollments up. It's the key to everything we do, getting those enrollments up. So I want to know if that's ever talked about at the K through 12 level. I know Regent Arascott has been on that board. I think is it Regent Goodman now? It's Regent Goodman. I don't know. We've never gotten I feel really badly that we never get a report on what they do. I know we don't have a vote, but we certainly have a voice, K through 12. And if this isn't being discussed, why isn't it being discussed? So that would be a question. I don't know if you can answer. Maybe someone that's been on that board could.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to see, and I'm going to reach out to Regent Arascata to see, I don't know if Jose Martinez is in the audience just yet, because I do know we do track our high school graduates within the state of Nevada, and if they are in the workforce within NSHE, or if they've gone somewhere else, but I don't know if he is there just yet.
Which Joe are you speaking for? Jose
Regent
Martinez or Joe Arascata?
I'm sorry, I was reaching out to you to see if Jose Martinez is in the room yet.
No,
Not
he's
yet?
not in the
Okay.
room as of right now.
Certainly.
But just in response to Regent Del Carlo, over the 2 years in which I was the board representative for the K through 12, we had 2 meetings. We had 2 meetings that were scheduled for both boards to meet on 2 separate occasions during each year. Unfortunately, due to scheduling conflicts, both were canceled. So we did have meetings scheduled, but unfortunately they were canceled and postponed. I know that the Nevada State Department of Education is determined to have this once again, and I'm sure that Regent Goodman is more than well versed into this entire process to conduct the meeting.
Certainly, and just to add to that point, I know that your chief of staff is working with the State Board of Education. We're trying to coordinate the time frame. I think that they want us to try to, and I want to speak for Chief of Staff Nagujewski, but we're trying to tie a meeting to one of their meetings to piggyback on if we can, and I think that Carrie could certainly address that. But I did want to also add, we are working in concert with the State Department of Education. That's an important pathway. I know that we have, for example, and we are working on a FAFSA challenge, and to increase that population of individuals in the high schools that complete a FAFSA. So we're working at that at the school district and the school level. So we have that ongoing. We do have, and we're very grateful for the aid that the state has provided, especially in getting our high school students into post-secondary education. We have the Millennium Scholarship. That has been expanded. We have the Promise Program. The state has stepped up for financing some of these opportunities. And so, but you're right, we need to look at that data. I know that we have it and we can bring that back to the board and or also just provide that information. But we do track our high school students across the system and across where they're going. But we will get that for you.
So the tracking, you do track by, say, county, how many which students are going on to higher ed? Is that tracked?
I believe we track by the county. I'm going to, again, I might have to defer to Jose Martinez when he's in the room.
Okay.
Or we'll follow back up with all of the board on
Okay,
that.
because I'd love to see that, because
Yes.
I really feel that's our low-hanging fruit.
Absolutely.
And then
Regent Del Carlo, just one thing, because we're talking about the meetings with the State Department of Education. We used to have those meetings on the December board meeting every year while I was on the State Board of Education. for 4 years. So it was a good time. I'm glad you brought that up. If we can possibly work it out with our December meetings. Just a thought, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the question I had was if that was ever on the agenda, where the K through 12 board talks about going on to higher ed. I mean, is that ever, Joe, could you, or Regent, or Arascotta, could you answer that in the 2 years you were there? Do they ever talk about that? The amount of students that go on to higher ed?
Yes, but off the top of my head, I do not recall the exact number. Definitely President Ortiz from the Nevada Board of Education would be able to provide those numbers.
Okay, thank you, Joe, or Regent or Scott. And then back to workforce, because I was the workforce chair for a while, and to Susan's point, I'm going to put in a plug because from February 8th to 12th, we have the National Legislative Summit, and we go back as leaders. Our 4 community colleges are all going, and 3 of us regents are going, and we're going to storm Capitol Hill. Our number one issue, lobbying, is Workforce Pell. And if we can get Workforce Pell passed, and I'm going to urge our students, leaders, listen, to help us lobby our congressmen and senators, we need Workforce Pell passed. This would be a game changer for this country. And you'll see our enrollment numbers shoot up. And for those of you who don't know what Workforce Pell is, right now, Pell program pays if you're on a degree-seeking track, like an associate degree or a bachelor's degree. It does not pay for certificates. And there's so much opportunity there. So we have got to get this passed. And I know our previous president was supportive of it. And I know our current president is very supportive of it. So I'm really thinking we're going to get this passed. This would be huge. So, and it ties into what we do.
Well, and Regent Del Carlo, each of our institutions will be represented in force. And so you've got some wonderful voices and advocates that'll be advocating with you.
I think we all agree we need it. It's just, where does the money come from? Just like anything else. Thank you, Chair Carvalho.
Thank you. Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Interim Chancellor, for the presentation. Clearly, this is the heartbeat of what we do as a board in terms of ensuring that students have access and pathways to higher education, and then they have the fantastic experiences that we'd like them to have on a campus and get their awards, and then hopefully stay inside the state to contribute to the Nevada economy. There were a lot of things that were brought up today that had to do with data points, really. I think Regent Boylan brought some things up regarding numbers. Regent Brown certainly did. And along those lines, I'm always interested in, when we take a look at the scope of everything that we have going on, and we recognize from conversations we had when we were trying to rebuild the funding formula that hopefully we'll get a new formula moving, but the current one as it sits breeds competition with our institutions, particularly when it comes to enrollment. And so we also recognize that dual enrollment is part of that competition process. And then we can start talking about different missions the institutions should have. And so there's a lot of spokes on the wheel when we take a look at what does a successful system of higher education in the state of Nevada look like. I'm interested, though, when we are talking about numbers and enrollment at institutions, what percentage or what are those numbers that pertain to dual enrollment students and online students in contrast to students who are physically on a campus where they're getting 100% of their learning done? Because that's I think we could have various conversations about what enrollment looks like, but I don't think we can escape conversations that have to do with an approaching enrollment cliff.
Certainly.
And the change in which parents and students are looking at what is the value proposition of higher education? What does it mean to be on a campus? What does it mean to exist in a dorm and live on a campus, and what are those experiences like? And so I think there's a cultural shift in terms of what things look like regarding higher education that we just simply can't escape. And so I'd be interested in taking a look at being provided some of those numbers.
Absolutely. So Regent Brooks, we will definitely get for you the percentage raw numbers and then the percentage of total enrollment with dual and concurrent. And then we'll also work with the institutions on the online students. I know each of our institutions has just 100% in person, fully online, and then they also have hybrid. And so we'll get all of those data points for you. I'm glad that you also brought up the enrollment cliff that we talked about last September. September of 23, it seems so long ago. As you might recall, Applied Analysis, Jeremy Aguirre provided some information about what is on the horizon. We're also going to be bringing back a presentation with WICHE on that at your March meeting. And then also we are engaged with Jeremy Aguirre and Applied Analysis because we wanted to pick up where we left off in that September. However, we wanted to take a little bit of a pause looking at it with the funding formula work being completed. And we are engaged with him now in that space. So there is more to come, and you're going to be seeing that just probably an update in just the next couple of months. And so that's a good component. And again, that culture shift is an important one. We learned a lot and we pivoted very rapidly. Maybe a little bumps and bruises along the way during COVID when we had to go fully online. But the institutions really stepped up in training and professional development for students, for faculty and staff, resources for students. But that's not the learning modality for everyone. So let's look at what that is, and let's look at it through the lens of the data that you just referenced.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And one last thought is in that is the workforce development piece. And some of our institutions do outstanding jobs in terms of workforce development. And CSN is certainly one of those institutions. Between the Deborah March Center for Excellence and recently the partnership that CSN has with Haas Automotive, it's examples of the way we can have these private sector relationships to support our higher education institutions. And so kudos to those institutions who keep doing a fantastic job with workforce development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Regent Gogachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regent Gogachia for the record. Just while we're talking all these numbers and trends, assistance, how much assistance is available to the students drives a lot of this. The economy drives it, and I'm just looking at the graph here, where we fell off so bad by 2013, we'd come out of the recession. The Millennium Scholarship, you mentioned it, Chancellor. There's been significant cuts to that as well as the ability to attain it. Again, assistance drives a huge piece of this. So while we're digging through all these numbers, I would like to see that trend, just exactly how much is available. We know student debt is going this way. And a lot of these students are getting out of they're getting out with a degree and $100,000 debt or more. And we're going to have to address that as well.
Absolutely. And so we do have a financial aid report that comes to the board annually during the ARSA committee. And so we can certainly provide that information. But we do know, and all of our institutions are very sensitive to fee increases. We heard it last week in our pre-session hearing with the legislature about their concerns about increasing fees. We have two sources. We only have two sources of revenue. It's state appropriations and student fees, which is really constraining. Grants come with very specific focuses, but our institutions are sensitive. We are sensitive to particularly debt that students take. I know just in the last year or so, for example, UNLV has implemented an amazing financial literacy component. There's legislators very interested in how we can do that across the state. And so there's work to be done, but we will definitely bring that back. But we are all very sensitive to student debt. It is a national crisis. We've heard about that. And so we're very mindful, and I know all of the presidents and their staff is as well.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Chancellor. Again, Regent Gogachia. And I'm not throwing rocks at whether we're raising fees or, I think it's just part of the trend. As we see an enrollment go down, it's reflective of the economy, typically.
Certainly.
And it'll go the other way if this economy turns the other way. But I am very, very concerned about, we need to focus on that too. How much assistance is truly available? And I think you'll see that's why some of these numbers are changing. Thank you.
Well, I think I would be remiss if I didn't also add just the pure cost of doing business. Inflation has really challenged our institutions greatly. We've talked about it. I know each of our institutions has a major, major hole in, for example, utilities, but everything across the board has gone up. You've heard from faculty before their concerns about the cost of our insurance, the cost of our retirement. Those are all necessary components, but that does, not just for our faculty and staff, but for our students across the board, that also means that their paycheck is smaller and they have to make choices. And so we are very mindful, and sometimes that choice is whether or not there's a financial aid package or a scholarship, or if they're going to take a class.
I thank you. And just looking at your CIP projects, you don't have to look any farther than that. That's up 30–40% in the last year. And
Absolutely.
then look at deferred maintenance. I don't know how we survive. Thank you.
By a thread.
Thank you. I had a few questions, just very quickly, and comments. First, to Regent Del Carlo's point about students graduating in Nevada, high school students graduating in Nevada being low-hanging fruit for us in terms of enrollment. I did look up really quickly that in 2021, 2022, 36.9% of high school graduates came to NSHE. So we definitely have more work to do there. But I also want to recognize that, as Regent Brooks said, the enrollment cliff is coming. And so we need to think about other ways of being able to serve other populations of Nevadans. And we've heard several times that during the recession, enrollments went up, especially at community colleges, because of residents who wanted to reskill, retool, high unemployment. We have that right now. I mean, Nevada I was looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We have the highest unemployment of any state in the nation, yet we're not seeing that same kind of trend in enrollments in our schools. So I like to dig into that a little bit more, where those disconnects are. And I do wonder if I've talked to Vice Chancellor Archer about a stronger partnership with Dieter and having that greater connection so that we can address those needs for those who are unemployed right now. So I think that that's really important, especially since with the enrollment cliff, we need to find other ways of being relevant to Nevadans. I'd also say that there's something that we've kind of gone away from as we've made higher education more of a business type of setting in some ways, and we have to think about that as the fiduciary of our system. But I like what Regent Brager said, that sometimes you go to higher ed later on in life, you figure it out later, as you said, that business owner mentioned that higher education, it went from a public good to an individual good. And we need to realize that that's really important for us to continue to be that public good. And I think that that's a way to advocate to the legislature about that. One more issue that I don't think we talk about enough is part-time and contingent faculty. And first of all, what does that look like at our institutions? But also, I just recently read something that was an interesting statistic that said that students who average 50% of classroom time in courses with part-time faculty were at least 5% less likely to graduate and 10% less likely to transfer to pursue a baccalaureate degree than students with only full-time faculty. And that's one data point from one study, and I would love to explore something like that. But we have to address our students, but also our employees, and making sure that we are a good steward of employment for them as well, and how well they come to do their jobs to support our students. So I think that that's another area that we can look at, but that's probably a whole different topic for a whole different time. But just getting back to what I was saying, mostly about the enrollment cliff and what we need to do moving forward to be there for students.
Certainly. So thank you. And again, we will be having a presentation in March and then also one to follow. I anticipate prior to June, if not at the June meeting, regarding that enrollment cliff and bringing all of this information together. I don't want to speak for our presidents because I think they will say it so much better because they're on the ground. Our system, we are very, very dependent on part-time faculty. So I'm really glad that you referenced that. Our salaries, we compete with, each institution competes with one another. Our budgets are very strained, but they are so dependent on that part-time workforce just because, as you know, each of our institutions has a number of, and it has to be the full-time faculty and staff. They're holding those positions vacant because of the very conversation we talked about with COLA. We have a gap and we have a hole in the budget. We will advocate with every breath that we have, but it does make a difference. And so the institutions, and again, I don't want to speak for them because I think you should hear from them about that. It is a heavy, heavy dependence. They also have academic criteria that they have to meet to teach those classes. And again, you know, we don't have a lot of biologists and health professionals that are just sitting at home going, oh, I could teach that. It's difficult, and they compete with each other, and there's a lot of need. So I think if you would be open, it would be great to hear from the presidents regarding that point.
Sure, if any presidents would like to talk on that point. I know that that's probably outside the scope of what we're really talking about here, but just in terms of moving forward and moving our system, I think it's relevant.
For the record, Dr. Amber Danilli, president at Great Basin College. I can tell you at a small institution, we are very heavily dependent on part-time faculty. Our numbers right now for full-time are around 202 full-time and then around 133 part-time. But those salaries play a really big role. And lots of times we need industry partners who have the knowledge and the degrees to assist us in teaching some of those components of the classes that we teach. So just to give you a perspective, that's kind of what we look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, President Whitfield.
For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. To you, Chair. I would repeat some of the things that my colleague just said of that. If you could share that with us, I'd really like to dig into that report because if that was done nationally, it may be some of the other kinds of schools that end up having part-time folks. Like GBC, we like our part-time faculty because a lot of them come as kind of faculty in residence, and they bring, you know, industry and real life experience actually to our classrooms. And so there's an incredible value with those part-time faculty. We also hold them at a pretty high standard who ends up coming in to teach. And so I'd like to see more of that report to just see so that we can compare apples to apples. We're working on the numbers because I don't know how many part-time we actually have versus instructors. I just make this one last point of that one of the other faculty demographics that we're thinking about and looking at is that as a Research One institution, we actually have a higher percentage of tenure track faculty relative to instructors than your average R1 ends up having. For us, in part, it's how we've evolved into an R1 institution. And so, you know, we have these folks who are tenure track faculty, but to be able to allow them to spend the time on research that they need, that balance actually needs to be slightly different. And we're looking at how to do that. But again, we try to keep our requirements for who ends up being a faculty, whether they be full-time or part-time, at a pretty high level.
Thank you. President Kibler.
Well, I can't add a lot to what others have said, but I can tell you for CSN story, we're very dependent on part-time faculty. Our current ratio of full-time to part-time faculty is 55% full-time, 45% part-time. We do very purposeful training for our part-time faculty to have them engaged and involved. But again, I don't know much about this particular study you're citing, but we'd be intrigued by that. But by the nature of what we do, our size, how spread out we are, and all the various programs we have, we are at least presently very dependent on part-time faculty.
Thank you. And I do want to just clarify that I'm not saying that there is not a value in part-time faculty. What I'm saying is basically what Chancellor Charlton was saying too, is that we need to show them their value by increasing their pay, first of all, but also offering them opportunities where we can. And I know that that's part of the friction that we have with budgeting and funding. I completely understand that, but I'm here supporting them, not saying that they're not valuable to us. And so I just wanted to make that point. And I think President Pollard wanted to say something.
Good afternoon, Regents, and thank you for the question that you posed, Chair Carvalho, because I would offer to you very thoughtfully that, part-time faculty, however they're categorized at our institutions, certainly speak to our ability to deliver our mission. They're essential. They bring currency and relevancy, and at the same time, many of our institutions are over-dependent on them because of the founding of our institutions and the structural gaps with funding makes it so that you have to have a more part-time faculty oftentimes than you do full-time faculty, depending on what they're called. I would offer, though, one other factor, and I know at my own institution, our provost has come in and asked some very thoughtful questions for us, particularly around our tenure density. If you want to build out programs, you need full-time faculty, tenure track faculty to do that because they are actually invested in the development. You're compensating them accordingly to do so. And at the same time, this is where the future of the organization is going. But I do think that the value proposition of what part-time faculty, part-time instructors, graduate students, and so forth bring to the work is essential. But I think all of us would probably offer we have more than what we ideally would want to see versus the ratio to full-time faculty.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chancellor, for that presentation. Before we move on to item number 3, I'd like to take a short 5-minute or so break. Thank you. Please, everybody, take your seats. We're going to get started. We need to move on to the next item, the governor's recommended budget. All right, we will get started with item number 3, governor's recommended budget for the 2025-27 biennium. And for this, I'll go to Chief Financial Officer Chris Fatone.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Regents. I'm happy to be here to present the governor's recommended budget for the 25-27 biennium. I think I'll start. I think I prepared this presentation and over the past week, the governor's office has been working on the budget adjustments that they've had to make as a result of their initial budget errors. Those amendments were initially transmitted by the legislator's deadline of the 29th, so we received those and I've incorporated. We're aware of what was affecting our budgets. I don't have any information about how impacts to any other agency budgets, but I've at least adjusted the deck, and I apologize for getting that out late yesterday, but wanted to do my best to incorporate that information into the presentation. I'll cover it on the slides that are affected as we get into it. Before I start the presentation, I guess, let me go ahead and talk about what we're going to cover today. An overview of the governor's recommended budget that will include the systems maintenance adjustments. I can explain what that is when we get to it, as well as enhancements. And then one-shot appropriations, and then also included some information about items that are of interest to NSHE that appear in other agencies' budgets. So before I talk about the systems budget specifically, I wanted to cover some costs that affect the state employees statewide that directly impact our budgets as well. We've talked about them in earlier presentations. I often mentioned that we weren't aware, but we weren't aware of the amounts, but we were expecting some large adjustments to the public employee benefit plan, the health insurance assessment, and of course, the PERS retirement contribution rates. And so both of those rates are also part of the governor's executive budget. And you'll see the impacts of those on our budgets in a coming slide. But as we expected, large increases, we're aware already of you'd heard earlier, the retirement increase from 17.5% contribution rate to 19.25%. And then also the health insurance assessment, that was the first time we saw that number. It's growing from a rate of $758 per month per eligible employee to $991 per month, a 30% increase in that first year. Again, you'll see the impacts of that on our budgets, but I wanted to just cover those initially so that those numbers will connect when we get to them. So this is a summary of the Nevada System of Higher Education state-supported operating budget, including all revenue sources that are within the state-supported operating budget. So these are the state-supported budget accounts that are in NSHE's institutions. The system as a whole has 29 state budget accounts. You're most familiar, we talk most often about the formula accounts for the 7 instructional institutions, but you also have many non-formula, we call them non-formula budget accounts. They include items such as the Desert Research Institute, the Cooperative Extension, the Ag Experiment Station, system admins, system computing services, business centers, statewide services at the 2 R1 universities, so numerous accounts that are throughout the system. This slide includes the total of all those accounts as well. So it's starting on the top line, the state appropriation. This is what we talk about most often. This is the state general fund. This is the more challenging part of the budget. This is the part the legislature allocates and is what we're competing with when the legislature is having to determine how to allocate appropriation across all the statewide accounts. The other revenues in the budget are revenues that the system adds, and the biggest one in there you're familiar with is our allocation to the state budget from the student registration fees, non-resident tuition. Some of the other revenues you see there, one of the more significant changes from the last biennial budgets is the other revenue, and you'll see in the footnote there that pertains specifically to some agreements at the UNR School of Medicine. While that increase at 13.8% overall, 13.5% on the state appropriation is significant, I think we'll see on the next few slides exactly how that breaks down and to what degree that actually just represents inflation in the system's budgets, and I'll cover that when we get to those to that summary. So this slide, moving on to slide 5, this is the summary of the state appropriations. So I mentioned that on the prior slide, that being the portion that's actually state general fund and where we actually rely on the legislature's allocation to the system. This just shows you the distribution of the general fund across all of the institutions. And again, I'll mention at UNR and UNLV, this roll-up includes the professional school budgets, the non-formulas, including in addition to the formula budgets, and their other non-formula appropriations. And then in the system admin, SES scholarship accounts, just we're collecting some items. I aggregated some things there that don't get distributed directly to the institutions, but come through the system for further distribution. So in addition to the system admin accounts and SES operating. So turning to slide 6, this slide summarizes all the material adjustments to the system's budget accounts within the state appropriation. So if you're looking back on the prior slide, you see the slightly more than 100 million increase between your fiscal year 25 and 26. This is how that breaks down. And I mentioned earlier that you'll note that the majority actually falls in the category I would describe as inflation. We'll talk through each of these adjustments in the future slides, but I just wanted to mention that, obviously utility inflation is inflation. The caseload adjustment that's pretty significant in this biennium, that represents the change in the system's activity from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 22. That's the period we use for measurement and determining our caseload adjustment. We'll see it in the next slides, but you're familiar with the weighted student credit hour calculations and the other components like that are formula components, but they're not distribution components of the former formula. Those are used to adjust the budget accounts to reflect the change in our activities and the number of students we're serving from period to period. The M300, that fringe benefit rate adjustment, that is the figure that corresponds back to that PERS and health insurance assessment increases. And then those items follow the remainder of the schedule there, the items we will cover in the enhancement section of the presentation. The smaller ones in there, the E145, E146, and I'm using those numbers, I should mention, those are in the state budget vernacular, that's a decision unit, and those are the actual numbers that correspond to the adjustments as they appear in the governor's executive budget. And as we discuss the budget and the budget adjustments with the legislature, they'll refer to those items by number and as a decision unit. That's the numbers that you're seeing on the page. But the formula, the small institution factor adjustment that is labeled with an enhancement number, the formula implementation funds with an enhancement number, and the cost of living adjustments with an enhancement number, those are all categorized as enhancements. The two that are formula related are related to the formula recommendations, and we'll cover those when we get to those slides. The cost of living adjustment is the one that we do talk about a lot, and it is, as you can see, a significant part of our increase. I still refer to as inflation because that represents a cost that is part of our current base. It is our current, it's our current staffing levels, it's our current service levels. This isn't funding additional resources or additional positions that would exist on the campuses. That's part of the need of our current service level. So essentially with the exception of the new formula funds, all of the items on this list, while significant, are really going to cover current service levels at the campuses. So now we'll move in and talk about each of the items individually. The utility inflation, I know that when we had prior presentations and one of our priorities was around utility inflation, the governor's office identified that as an issue we talked about statewide. And so in between our submission of our agency request and their development of the governor's recommended budget, they did give us the opportunity to document for them the difference between our actual and budgeted utility expenses for fiscal year 24. And that's the amount that they brought forward as a recommended adjustment for inflation on utilities in both of the fiscal years. So that 11.9 million that you see distributed by institution there is our actual realized inflation on utilities in fiscal year 24. Do want to mention, I apologize, on this slide, DRI doesn't appear, and that's not because they didn't have utility inflation, but it's just because I missed that line when I was putting the slide together, and the totals don't add up because of that. But they are included, and I'm looking for the number. It's roughly $500,000 in the biennium for DRI as well. So they are included in that adjustment, even though they're not on this slide. Moving on to this slide, this is a summary of the items I had summarized on the initial overview as caseload adjustments. There are several adjustments on this slide. I just wanted to put one summary together that showed them in total by the institutions. And this is the first slide that's impacted by the amendments that the governor's recommended budgets put forward earlier this week. And so again, we'll talk about each of these items in more detail in coming slides, but The weighted student credit hour adjustment that I'll talk about, we broke that into two parts, one of which was related to how that adjustment has always been calculated since the formula was first implemented back in 2013. We recognized a gap in that calculation that didn't address the cost of living adjustments each biennium when the legislature approved them. So we built in an additional adjustment for the cost of living adjustments that were funded last cycle. And that caseload adjustment is one of the amendments that was moved from a recurring funding source to a one-shot appropriation recommendation in the revised budget. But again, this is a summary of all of the caseload adjustments. We'll talk about them individually, and I'll cover each one in a little bit more detail. So I think I just talked quite a bit about the weighted student credit hours, but I guess taking a step back and just a reminder for, I've done a few formula presentations. I didn't want to make this a formula presentation, but a quick reminder on the weighted student credit hours. These are the resident student completions in the institutions for their credit hours that are then assigned a weight based on the applicable subject area. So in other words, an English course has a different weight than an engineering course. It's the weighted student credit hour that represents a cost-informed differential on the credit hours that is used to allocate the value of those credit hours. Each biennium, as part of, again, I mentioned this goes back to the implementation of the formula in 2013. As part of that process, the appropriations of the 7 instructional campuses are those appropriations are divided by the system-wide total weighted student credit hours to derive a weighted student credit hour, a per weighted student credit hour value. That value doesn't, that value is used historically for allocating the general fund appropriation. In the last biennium and the current biennium, the only impact that per weighted student credit hour value is having is on calculating the caseload adjustment. So the difference between our 2 measurement period weighted student credit hours times that value is what we call the caseload adjustment. And this slide shows the difference between the weighted student credit hours that were completed in fiscal year 24 compared to fiscal year 22. And that's the current cycle's adjustment. And again, that first column with the adjustment value, the 22.8 million system-wide, that represents the historical calculation that's using the fiscal year 25 legislatively approved appropriations divided by the fiscal year 22 weighted student credit hours, because those were the credit hours used for the for that fiscal year's appropriations. The final column is the column I was mentioning on the last slide, where that calculation method is using the FY25 appropriation that does not include our cost of living adjustment funding. The cost of living adjustment funding is determined by state budget account, but the process for appropriating it works a little differently, where the base appropriation sent to NSHE, sent to the budget accounts, that cost of living adjustment gets appropriated to the Board of Examiners, and then we have to go and document our need for it to be transferred to our accounts to fund the cost of living adjustment. So just the calculation process has in the past not referenced those cost of living adjustment funds because they're not in our budgets at the time the calculation was done. This slide just calculates the impact that has on the fiscal year 25 weighted student credit hour value, and the 4.7 million per year in that final column is that value for this cycle's caseload adjustment. This is the first item that was transferred from recurring funding to one-shot funding as one of the adjustments the governor's office has made to the governor's recommended budget. I think also just for some reference, this This increase of 131,000 weighted student credit hours this cycle is a 4.3% increase. This offsets the 3% increase that we had in the last cycle. So while this is a large increase in caseload, it's offsetting a large decrease that was part of last cycle's budgeting process. It was a little bit more than 15 million per year. And so it's looking at both bienniums combined. That's just recovering really, which was again anticipated in the current cycle. We have recovery funds that are not recurring because we did recognize that loss in the weighted student credit hours last cycle. So that was a lot about weighted student credit hours and the adjustment. I know you may have some questions when we get to the end, but wanted to cover all those points. Another component of the caseload adjustment is the research space operation and maintenance for UNR and UNLV. Again, this is part of, these are adjustments that came out of the 2013 adopted formula, and they've continued throughout the biennial budgeting cycle since then. The substance of this is to recognize the higher cost of operation and maintenance for the R1 universities and to recognize the dedicated research space that is not earning value under the weighted student credit hour completions because research is being performed there, not instruction. And the calculation for this adjustment is looking at what is the campus's average per square foot cost of operation and maintenance, and then applying that value to their dedicated research space. This is, again, a calculation that's done each cycle. The change is a consequence of both the change in their average cost per square foot rate and any change in the total dedicated research square footage. And here again, similar to the last slide, we identified an issue in this historical maintenance adjustment that seemed a discrepancy, so we wanted to address that, and the governor's office supported including this as a maintenance adjustment, and that's that last line for UNR's non-formula dedicated research space. The top lines have historically been calculated using dedicated research space within the formula or instructional budget, so it was not looking at dedicated research space in other budget accounts. But under the same principle of why the dedicated research O&M adjustment was important, that dedicated research space is just as important. So this looked at other budget accounts at UNR. That was primarily their School of Medicine, Cooperative Extension, Ag Experiment Station. We did do this exercise at both campuses, so you notice an adjustment only at UNR. That's just because that's the UNLV currently does not have dedicated research space outside their formula space. Moving to slide 11, this is the caseload adjustment for the small institution factor. So again, another 2013 formula item. The small institution factor is to recognize the challenge of funding fixed costs at the smaller institutions in the weighted student credit hour distribution model. And so this is looking at their weighted student credit hour, and based on that historical threshold of 100,000 weighted student credit hours, they receive a additional allocation of equal to $30 per weighted student credit hour for their actual enrollment or weighted student credit hours below that threshold. And you'll see on the adjustment on this slide, Western Nevada for the first time came just above the 100,000 threshold, so their small institution factor under the current approach goes to zero. Now we'll cover later in the presentation the formula recommendation that was also put forward that changes the rate and threshold on this adjustment. But this is under the maintenance category because this is how the calculation has been done under the current formula and the current approach since the 2013 formula was approved. And that covers all of the maintenance items. So moving into the enhancements, first item being the cost of living funding. Again, I know there's been a lot of discussion about this. Our state accounts received a cost of living appropriation based on the legislatively approved 12 and 11% cost of living adjustments for FY '24 and '25. And in those accounts where there is revenues besides state appropriation, a calculation of the proportional revenue funding within those accounts led to reduced cost of living appropriations for those accounts. This adjustment was requested to bring the minimum funding level for the cost of living up to 80%. And while it was calculated that way, it also aligns with the difference or the shortfall that the campuses funded in FY '25 for the cost of living adjustment that was approved, in our case, deferred till October 1st rather than July 1st. So if you'll recall, when the system had to make the decision on the cost of living adjustment for FY '25, that was handled and approved in as a three-part plan. The campuses, the deferral of the start date to October 1st meant that the employees deferred the cost of living adjustment. That contributed about $19 million to a $63 million annual shortfall on the COLA funding. You approved a 5% fee increase specifically for that purpose, and that contributed about $16 million to that $63 million shortfall. And the balance was handled by the campuses in the form of budget adjustments that included holding or freezing positions and other non-salary adjustments to their state budget accounts. Ongoing, that full $63 million needs to be funded. The fee increase, as you know, remains in place, continuing to contribute. You'll also have the next cycle fee increases for inflation that contribute. And then the campuses still have the shortfall that they were covering. So that's the basis for this request. I did highlight again here, this is another item for the system that the governor's staff the governor's office has recommended and put forward as an amendment to move from permanent funding to one-shot funding. It's still in the budget, but moved to one-shot for this biennium. Moving into the other enhancements, the formula recommendations. Again, you received earlier the formula committee's recommendations, and just to highlight again those that directly affect the appropriations was the weighted student credit hour component. Let me back up. The three major components: the research O&M set aside, the fixed cost set aside for research O&M and small institution factor. The formula committee recommended continuing those, no change on the research O&M, small institution factor. We'll discuss those changes, but increasing the threshold and adjusting the rate to inflation. And then the other major adjustment was recognizing a change from 100% distribution based on weighted student credit hours to a distribution on a balanced approach of 75% weighted student credit hours, 10% student-based funding, and 15% performance. And those are the recommendations that were built into our request, with the one change from the formula recommendations being just to make those adjustments and fund the two-year institutions and Nevada State University calculations without an offset to the research institutions. So as that request went in, the governor's office, the governor's staff, governor did support implementing the formula on a phased-in approach, and so the first year calculated request we put forward was included at 20%, and the second year at 40%, and we'll see in a later slide what that looks like for the budgets. So again, the adjustment for the small institution factor raises the threshold from 100,000 to 125,000. And then as discussed many times on the formula discussions, that $30 per weighted student credit hour rate was put in place in 2013 and not adjusted. The recommendation was to adjust it for inflation. The move from $30 to $40, while it looks like arbitrary, that actually was calculated based on the higher ed price index from 2013 to 2024. And so the recommendation was to begin with $40 for FY 26 and then increment it with HEPI beyond that. And we'll see the calculation on the next slide. And so this is the enhancement related to the small institution factor. And I know that we went over this in an earlier presentation, but this is the $40 was set for FY 25. The FY 26 and 27 were then calculated applying the higher ed price index. This is the same adjustment we make under your predictable pricing model policy for registration fees, and we align the HEPI increment in the same way so that all components of the budget account calculations would be using that same higher ed price index for each cycle. The column labeled change, that represents the full difference for each of the 2 years. The final column reflects the phase-in, and that's what's included in the governor's recommended budget. So for fiscal year 26, you see those amounts for GBC and Western Nevada. So Western Nevada now comes back in with a small institution factor adjustment because of that increase in the threshold for weighted student credit hours. And then in year 2, you see those amounts at 40%. And the second component of the formula enhancement request, it relates to the distribution calculation. And again, I mentioned this earlier, but you can see the comparison of what the 2013 formula looks like compared to the recommendations that we put forward in our enhancement request. The former being 100% distributed on weighted student credit hours, with the 20% carved out for the performance pool that had to be earned back by the institutions. And we talked about that being essentially earning the same dollar twice, first by completing the weighted student credit hour, and then a second time by achieving the performance goals. The new model distributes on 3 components, retaining performance as a component, but distributing it 15% based on a relative performance calculation that looks at year-over-year performance rather than targets, and also makes that allocation up front in the process so there's not uncertainty with respect to the budgets once they're approved. It retains the 75%, it retains the weighted student credit hour model portion. Obviously, I'm missing that caption there. It's 75% allocated based on weighted student credit hours, with no change to how the weighted student credit hours are calculated or accumulated. And then 10% based on student-based funding, which includes both headcount, FTE, and some student characteristics. And this slide 17 demonstrates the impact of that change in the distribution model. The first 2 columns, FY 26 and FY 27, just show the full impact of what running the redistribution would look like if we applied those 3 components to the institutional, the instructional institution general fund appropriations. And as you can see, the summary of the R1s there, that fully running the model would redistribute $20.5 million and $22 million in each of the years from UNR and UNLV to the 2-year institutions in Nevada State. And so with your support, our request was to fund those distributions to Nevada State and the 2-year institutions without that offset to the research institutions, so that it's not taking a step backwards after on those institutions. The next 2 columns, you see the phase-in approach calculations, where it's 20% of the fiscal year 26 amounts and 40% of the fiscal year 27 amounts. That is what's included in the governor's recommended budget for those campuses. So that walked through each of the maintenance adjustments and enhancement adjustments. I wanted to talk a little about the one-shot adjustments or one-shot funding that was included in the governor's recommended budget for the system. We had, as you know, a large request for one-shot funding for safety and security. It was about $38 million system-wide. Governor's recommended budget did include a reduced amount, but $11 million for that request. As I noted there, the recommendation was to assign that to system administration to be prioritized and determine allocation from there. So rather than trying to address that through the process, acknowledging that we have this does not meet that ask, so we need to have a process to determine how best to prioritize and allocate that. Another one-shot appropriation that was included for the system. This is $10 million per year to continue the nursing expansion funds that were provided in the last session. This is to allow additional time for those programs to be built out and for that enrollment to be included in the weighted student credit hour calculation coming into the next cycle. And then the last specific to the system is I wanted to talk about the capital improvement program. State capital improvement program, we had a very large ask. Our only item that was put forward in the governor's executive budget is the $15 million for the deferred maintenance funds. You hear HECSHAC, the Higher Ed Capital Construction Fund and Special Higher Ed Capital Construction Fund. That's the $15 million that the system receives each biennium, an amount I know you're familiar with. It hasn't changed since 1984. We did have other asks. I wanted to mention, I think in total, the capital improvement program statewide is north of $1.2 billion. $744 million of that funded through, this is in the recommended budget, so this isn't approved yet, obviously, but $744 million approved through bond capacity, and another about $194 million through general fund allocations, and the balance from other sources, which is primarily agency funds, but also some highway funds. So out of a $940 million or so capital program, the system's portion of that is $15 million. Covering some items that are in other agency budgets that are of interest to the system, and some of these you recall were included in our priority request also. We did understand that they wouldn't necessarily be appropriated directly to the system, but might appear in other agencies' budgets, and so I wanted to cover some of those as well. The first being graduate medical education. We did have a request there, and we anticipated governor's support for that. The approach being taken is to allocate the graduate medical education funds to the new Nevada Health Authority under Nevada Medicaid. I don't know that we have information at this point on how exactly that funding will work, how it will be allocated to the programs, but it does include 24.8, just about 25 million per year for graduate medical education. Other items, we had requested continuation of the WIN funds, the Workforce Innovations for New Nevada, and included in the governor's budget is $5 million per year for that program. Also programs that the system has participated in under the Knowledge Fund, that fund also is receiving a recommendation of $14.7 million per year. And then also included in the governor's executive budget under the Nevada Department of Education is $6.8 million per year, continuing the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching program, or IPT, that is also contributes to support for system teaching programs, specifically primarily for supporting direct aid to the students that are in those programs. Last slide, slide 24, I just wanted to put together a summary of the impacts of the change in the system's budget as a result of the amendments that were put forward earlier this week. And again, it's a change, while I'm showing this as a negative, it is a negative in the in terms of recurring funding sources. It's not a change in terms of what the total funding proposed in the governor's recommended budget for the system is, because it just moved from recurring to one shot. So system's total proposed general appropriations would be the same. It's just a funding source difference, with one shot being a concern for what the consequences would be at the start of the next cycle. So again, far left column here is what was governor's recommended budget in recurring funds in our budget accounts when the budget was released on the 15th. That first adjustment is the adjustment to the weighted student credit hour caseload adjustment, and it's only the cost of living adjustment portion of that. So if you recall, there were two pieces. One piece was how it was historically calculated. The second piece was accounting for the cost of living adjustments that were approved last cycle. That's the portion that was moved to one shot. And then the cost of living, the real important cost of living adjustment that we've talked about was also moved to one shot. So that is the quick high-level review, and I'll pause there and happy to answer your questions.
Regent Gokachia.
Yes, thank you. Now, give me a quick total of the one-shots. I didn't add it up that quick. That are proposed in the governor's budget.
So before these adjustments, it was 11 million for safety and security and 20 million for nursing. So 31 million in one shots.
31 is coming in one shots.
Yeah. And then these adjustments, obviously another 68 million.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. To me, that's still a shortfall of 40 million someplace.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to go to Regent Whalen and then Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Regent Chair. Thanks, Mr. Vuitton, for that. I was lost most of it because I'm not really good at that stuff, but I had a few questions. If you could go back to slide 13, please. And I'll make you jump from here and there. Just two slides I've got questions about. I forget them otherwise. Okay, so the governor recommends phase in new formula, and what does this mean? Phase in new formula, revisions at 20%, revisions at 40% the next time. What exactly does that mean in financing, and what revisions?
Thank you, Regent Boylan, Chris Fatone. If you'll recall, our request was to fund provide the funds to the two-year institutions in Nevada State that were calculated through the revised formula. That request was approximately 21 million per year. The phase-in is saying, rather than implementing 100% of that funding in year one, implement 20% in year one and bump that 20% to 40% in year two. So rather than fully implementing at 100% in year one, just gradually implement that additional funding.
Oh, I see. All right. The other one, that was slide 13. What's SIF?
Small institution factor. And that's the adjustment or the set aside for Western Nevada and Great Basin, recognizing that institutions have fixed costs, and small institutions would not be able to meet those costs without an adjustment under a purely volume distributed formula, which is the weighted student credit hour model.
So small institutions, we consider them by their footprint on this earth or by the number of their students?
This is the weighted student credit hour threshold,
I
is the
see.
threshold that was used for that
Right.
calculation. And again, it was established in 2013 at 100,000. The formula committee recognized that, they recommended an adjustment to 125,000 for that threshold. But it is weighted student credit hours.
Thank you. Last one, Madam Chair, bear with me. Slide 18. It's about security. You knew I was going to ask you about security stuff, so. $11 million for facility equipment and technology investments, right? That's the one?
Mhm.
Right. So would this come under improvements to the, would we consider these as improvement? Because you mentioned something before about improvements to the facilities or something like that.
So this funding wouldn't be under that capital improvement program. It's not
Right.
the same category as that. That's the state's capital allocations for building and improvement projects. This reference here is to the items that were identified by the campuses that represented the $38 million request that included, I'm referring to infrastructure improvements such as the video monitoring systems, other electronic items, the electronic access controls, things of that nature, lighting,
Yes, I get it. Awesome. And we asked for 30 million, but we only got 11 million? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. How much of that has been used, or have you got it?
It hasn't been, none of this has been authorized yet. This is what will be the topic of the 25 legislative process.
I see. Look at me, and I thought I knew what I was doing. So once we get that, then we can do all this. So do we have any funds now to do all that, to do the security enhancements to all the institutions? Maybe Madam Chancellor can tell us? Oh,
Certainly. So for the record, Patty Charlton.
Yes, ma'am.
So right now, this is the request, as you might recall, that we submitted for consideration, and that was built off of the work of the Public Safety Council that we've established that we'll be bringing back to the March meeting, as well as the request from the institutions. So the institutions have implemented some improvements, but it is nowhere near to the scope of what they have requested. So for example, as we came to the investment committee, in the early fall, some of the institutions were allocating some of those investment income proceeds to security enhancements. Others have come forward on perhaps capital improvements. So institutions are making small bites of that, but this is what I would see as the first of many requests to the legislature for this type of improvement. It is access controls, it is lighting, it is
Sure, I get that,
all
yeah.
kinds of opportunities. So if we receive this allocation, and we will be advocating for more as consistent with your priorities, we would vet those requests, or we would update those requests, because it's been a couple years since we did that, but we would update those in concert with the Public Safety Council and then with the institutions to look at where the priorities are to ensure it's a fair and equitable distribution across the system.
Outstanding.
And so we'll be bringing that information back to the board and through, I think, your security committee.
Okay, so last question, Mr. Vitton, and maybe you, Chancellor. Because we heard a professor, the same bald guy, where is he? He's back there somewhere. We heard him talk about the lack of security they're all feeling. So whatever we've done so far, and this will come in the future, how much money has been allocated to safety and security right now, and how much of it has been used, if any?
So first, we did receive a allocation from the interim finance in the early part of 2024, calendar year 2024, for what they call the Yellow Jackets to supplement support for the Southern institutions. That came through in support of the work at UNLV in that contract. I would have to ask the institutions to respond, but we could also come back with that information of what has been done perhaps over the last fiscal year in the area of security. My guess is that they probably don't have that at their fingertips right here, but we
They
can
don't
certainly
have it,
find out what security enhancements and allocations they have made, but we would be happy to do that and bring it back to the
No,
board.
that's awesome. And when you say Yellow Jackets, like Professor said, the Yellow Jackets, I was like, whoo, that sounds good, because wasps are deadly. But we don't have any idea how much money we've spent. That tells me we don't have any idea what we've done to keep people safe.
Yeah, so first,
Does?
so
Well,
the
Susan
system.
Brager says she does.
So we can obtain that information because institutions have moved forward. The system as a whole has not received funding to help the institutions in this space, but
I
the
see.
institutions have made strides. I mean, they continually to work on this and to prioritize, and so would be happy to get that information from the institutions and bring it back to the board.
Oh, that would be so great, because I've been asking that in my own way at nearly every meeting, but we still don't have that information. I do know President Whitfield had done a lot of stuff at UNLV, especially at Beam Hall. So, and we have that amount that's been spent. You do have it. I don't expect you to have it at the top of your head right now, but we have that expenses, how much we've had and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, we will work with the institutions to get those dollar limits. So one, we had some, so not to speak for the president, because I know he can jump in. Some of the improvements at Beam Hall were actually covered by insurance that we had as well, so door replacements and things of that nature, but they
I
went
see.
over and above on other items, and I think President Whitfield can respond.
For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV, thanks for that question.
Yes, sir.
We've spent approximately $2 million on enhancements that include cameras, license plate readers, better locks and phones, and the yellow jackets. That's that's a rough estimate of where we are so far.
Okay.
But it also does not include the other replacement repair that ended up being covered by insurance. We can get all of that and package that in something to share with you.
So that's separate from what we're doing on security. I knew you'd have the numbers, but yeah, I'd love to have some more information on where all of this is, because if I remember one of the meetings I asked, the presidents didn't even know how many buildings they had in each institution. And I wonder if they know that now. But don't answer me, that's not, but I wonder. Because if we don't know how many buildings we have, how can we secure them? If we don't know what we don't know, we can't do nothing. That's good English. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you,
And-
Madam Chair.
And actually, just to finish
sir.
that, sorry, apologize.
Yeah.
Our insurance claim was about $4 million. So as you put those two together, it's about $6 million so
$6
far.
million.
And we're working on looking at doing
And
Oh,
other
then we
things
get
as well.
some of this also, $11 million. That's
That's what the
happy
hope
that's-
is.
That's plenty of money. You can adopt me. I'll come and do it for you. Just give me half of it. All right. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. And to go from the presentation we just heard and the potential that we have as a system, and then to go to this is depressing. It really is, because it takes money to do this stuff. And I've said this on the record before. I'm going to say it again. This state does not value higher education. That's why I got on this board. It just makes me mad. I'm just sitting here seething. And I go back to slide number 17. And how in the world are we going to maintain R1 status and deprive our R1 universities of this money? I don't get it. I don't know what this state wants out of us to go forward. I mean, I'd love to hear from the two presidents what kind of impact that's going to have to the budget. How many positions are you going to have to freeze? Are you going to have to cut departments? This is devastating, I think. Thank you.
So if I could, Regent Del Carlo, so first, in the governor, on slide 17 that you're looking at, so in the governor's recommended, there is not a decrease to the universities. They are not, that was just what the formula would have looked like as it had been run. So when you look at the governor's recommended, those columns are blank for the universities, so those those minuses redistributing the pie are not being included. We are keeping the R1s whole. And what we have asked for is a phased implementation. Well, we asked for the full amount, but recognizing the challenges of the state fiscally, we asked to phase in at 20% and 40%, and then the full implementation in the second biennium. So 20% would go to the community colleges in Nevada State, but not in a redistribution mode. We are not redistributing general fund as part of our request. We are not taking money away from the universities, but adding to the pot is what we've requested.
Okay, then I was reading that wrong, interpreting that wrong?
I don't want to say you're wrong, but okay. But no, but you know, and as a member of the Higher Ed Funding Committee, you know the angst that people felt.
Yes.
But also recognizing that it was a formula study, not a funding study. And we have to be clear that we recognize that. So, and we know that the ask is large, but we have basically said, this is very important for the state. It's important for economic development, diversification, and where we need to be as a state and the role that NSHE plays in that. So this, we know it's going to be a tough ask, but we've made the ask. The governor supported that approach. I'm sure that they would have liked to have and fully funded that implementation, but it's going to take some time to scale some of that up as well. And remember as well, one of the components of the Higher Ed Funding Committee's recommendation is to also relook at the formula, make sure that it is making sense so we can make tweaks on a much more nimble basis. Because, you know, that was a very short turnaround time to make those recommendations. So just wanted to be clear on that point.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions from Regents? I just have one quick question. So you mentioned UNR's med school in this, but UNLV's med school, I don't see it mentioned anywhere. Is that a separate budget for their medical school, or can you
Thanks,
speak
Chair
to that?
Carvalho. So in the budget account summaries in both UNLV and UNR's budget account lines are their medical schools, their non-formula accounts. I think that the couple places I mentioned UNR's medical school, one was the other revenue category in the revenue summary. And that's where the budgets reflect some academic support contracts from their clinical affiliate. UNLV Medical School does have similar contracts. It's just not part of their state-supported accounts. And the other area, I think I mentioned it, was related to the non-formula dedicated research space. And that's just simply the case that currently UNLV's medical school does not have dedicated non-formula research space. So that were the only discrepancies. They both have appropriations. In fact, I probably should mention one of the additions in the base budget from FY20. When we looked at that 13.5% increase, one of the other adjustments or one of the other increases that's in there is the continuation of the UNLV Medical School's expansion funds that were provided last cycle. Last cycle, they were in a one-shot appropriation. This cycle that they are part of that base in the medical school's budget for UNLV.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. It looks like there are no other questions. Thank you for that presentation. Next, we will move on to item number 4, 2025 legislative session. Before we move to that, I believe that Vice Chair Downs has a disclosure.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Vice Chair Downs for the record. And I don't know that this is necessary, but I'm going to do it anyway. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose I am an employee of the NSHE at WNC. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I'll vote on whatever matters might come up with this. We probably won't see anything, but just in case. There we go.
Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Chancellor Charlton and Alejandro Rodriguez.
Thank you so much, Chair and members of the board. Chancellor Patty Charlton for the record. So today we come forward just to give the board an update on the status of the legislative session. Monday will be the kickoff of the 2025 legislative session. We have worked with you hand in hand over the last, really the last year in preparing hearing the request and the priorities of each of our institutions, having conversations with you regarding system level priorities, and then establishing both capital and operating priorities that will be brought forward to the legislative session as we start on Monday for 120 days. And so today we want to provide just a status on the session and what you can expect over the coming months and days. And so, as you know, we stay very close to the priorities that you have set. And Vice Chancellor Fatone just walked through where we stand with the governor's recommended budget. We know, for example, we have capital priorities that have not been included, but will continue to advocate for those as established by this board and this body as those priorities is one example. And then, of course, the operating priorities as well. And so with that, I'd like to turn it to Government Affairs Director Alejandro Rodriguez.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Board of Regents. For the record, Alejandro Rodriguez, Director of Government Relations for the system. And thank you again for this opportunity to present today on our advocacy and communications plan for the upcoming session. So as the Chancellor mentioned, yes, we are 72 hours away from the start of the session, but who's counting? But we have been working for the past 2 years, pretty much since the end of the last session, to prepare for this session. A lot goes in between the implementation of what happened during the last session, planning for this upcoming one, meeting with legislators. The work never ends with our team. So just wanted to go through quickly. This slide here, it's a bit misleading. I will say during session, government affairs team is pretty much an all hands on deck. Everyone in the system comes together, but I'm really grateful to have a lot of great colleagues in the government affairs space, in the system space in particular. But within each department and team, again, we're seeking information as items come in through the session. So we have a fiscal notes team that is led by Jose Quiroga in the system office. We have Vice Chancellor Archer's team, Vice Chancellor Vitone. Again, it's pretty much all hands on deck, and these teams are augmented by the individual teams at each institution. So again, they have their own similar breakdown, responding to questions from legislators, questions from LCB as they come in. So it is a fast-paced session, but here you can see each institution has designated leads that are on the ground full-time, addressing the needs of the session as they arise. So again, just a very basic timeline, but as CFO Vitone sort of stated, the session unofficially kicks off with the governor's State of the State address, which, as many of you were in attendance on January 15th, followed by our pre-session budget hearing, which occurred last week. But then February 3rd, as I mentioned, 72 hours. It goes by quickly. Weekends will be working, holidays will be working. So a lot of this is just responding to items as they come in, which are coming in fast and furious. Just to go through sort of our advocacy plan, as you know, the budget process is its own really our key process that are through your approved priorities and responding to those. So we'll be having a hearing with the budget subcommittee, the K-12 higher education CIP subcommittee, sometime early on in session. But in the meantime, we will also be meeting directly with members of that subcommittee, all the money committee members, between the interim chancellor, CFO Vitone, leaders from the institutions, addressing again why the priorities that you all approved and you all put forth are necessary to help improve our state. A lot of the other activity happening during session will be in the policy committees. So we already have received invitations to present to the two education committees. So Assembly Education Committee, we have a presentation from Interim Chancellor Charlton. It'll be a significantly condensed version of her State of the System that she just gave. But she'll be doing that on February 11th. And then Senate Education, Chair Taylor has invited us to present there. So there'll be the similar presentation again on February 12th. But we'll be going through how you'll be hearing about these different meetings and various opportunities to lend support a little bit later. But again, in these policy committees, we're also going to be hearing individual bill hearings, individual presentations, and that's really where we have to respond to legislation in real time, providing technical amendments, providing expertise. We'll have expertise in the form of testimony from our institutions, and then we'll be offering support or opposition to some of these bills as they come through. Another way that we'll be advocating is something that many of you are familiar with from last session, from previous sessions, are the various institution days that occur at the legislature. So right now, every institution has a day set aside. I believe I've emailed you all those days again, but that's where, again, they get to present to the legislature either in the lobby of the building, they get to sit on the floor of the Assembly and the Senate with their member legislators. So it's a great opportunity to showcase that particular institution. They bring students on there to come lobby. They bring faculty. So it's really those opportunities to really showcase all that NSHE has to offer for the state. But throughout all of this, we'll be continuing to have legislator meetings, not just with legislative leadership, not just with members of the education policy committees, but everyone in that building, again, to just showcase our priorities, showcase what NSHE has to do. We'll be sharing with them, I think several of you saw this one pager last time that has a breakdown by legislator on the number of NSHE students within their district, which institutions they attend. It has a list of our priorities that you all approved. And this year we'll be adding the capital improvement project priorities that you all approved. So we'll be handing those out to all of them. We also have we'll be having those for you all as well for the region, by your region district. But again, this is really how we're going to just be getting the word out. And this is why we have such a high profile team for, representing all of our institutions to help do that work. It's not just us, it's not just the government affairs professionals, it's not just our NSHE staff. It really is the use of all of our internal stakeholders and external stakeholders, I'll say, but in coordination with us. Really the key when we're out there advocating is to speak with one voice. Speak with the voice of the priorities that you all approved. And that's really the important piece when we go and meet with legislators by institution, by department. So we have representatives from Faculty Senate. We meet regularly with NSA. We attend their meetings and then also work with them. But they work together closely, each institution with their own government affairs team. So it's really important to just have that cohesive message, speak with one voice. Just recently, just last week at our pre-session budget hearing, we did have representatives from NSA and from Faculty Senate give some testimony in support of the governor's recommended budget for NSHE. So it's really important to continue that advocacy at all levels, including Regents here in the NSHE community, just as relevant and appropriate times come up for particular opportunities. We'll be calling upon Regents to, again, share in that advocacy work, as you know, the priorities that you all approved and that you all know that will be better for our state, including our professional and classified staff. We meet regularly with everyone who wants to meet with us, just to see how can we get the word out. Business and industry, external stakeholders, Nevada Faculty Alliance, we work closely with them as well on shared agendas. So again, it's really getting everyone together, our K through 12 partners, other state agencies, just to be cohesive and have the same message so we can have that one voice moving forward. So how will we be communicating? So as I mentioned, you saw on that one slide, all of our institution reps from our institution. So we'll be going up there to Carson City. A lot of us will be up there full time, but we are meeting regularly. We have standing meetings. At the moment, it's currently weekly. It moves up to probably daily as the session moves on. We have daily check-ins with NSHE leadership here just to see if there's any fast-moving items that need to come to attention of board leadership, which I know the chancellor provides briefings with them on an ongoing basis as needed as issues come about. And then the cabinet will meet weekly to start off. Again, they'll be meeting more regularly as the session proceeds, but coming up with any ideas for potential bill amendments, any bill positions that will have to be taken, and we'll talk a little bit more on those positions on bills a little bit later. As far as communication with you all, I mean, you have started to receive emails from me, weekly updates on sort of the beginnings of what's scheduled. You should continue to receive those. Once we have more meetings scheduled, that'll fill up those emails. But we'll be letting you know what items are coming about that are specific, not just specific to NSHE, but also relevant to some of our ancillary programs, important for higher education as a whole. But on that, we'll be listing opportunities to view the meetings, to attend the meetings. We'll have location information. And then we'll also be looking back at the previous week's work on any testimony given, board position, NSHE positions taken on bills. So that's something that you can expect to receive on a weekly basis going forward. Also, again, as I mentioned, it's 120 days, very quick, fast-moving pace. So we'll be receiving information, sending that to you all as needed outside of those weekly updates. Speaking about NSHE positions on legislation, so I know right now we don't really have many bills that are out there. They'll all be formally introduced and read into the record on Monday, a lot of the ones that are already pre-filed. But the positions that are taken, and I can let the Chancellor sort of speak about the process for those in concert on previous board policy, the strategic plan that you all have approved, and just previous action.
Yeah, so thank you, Alejandro. For the record, Patty Charlton. And so as positions need to be made on various legislation that may be introduced, we use the guide of our existing policies that are in place that have been approved by this body. And as Alejandro referenced as well, also the strategic plan on moving forward. We know that there will be times where we are going to have to take a position and we won't be able to have ample time to bring that back to the board. There is policy codified by the handbook that would be done. I would discuss that with the chair of the board in those instances where we don't have the time to bring that forward. We do look forward to the bills getting introduced, to having the opportunity to share which ones are out there at a future meeting that will come forward to the board on those that perhaps haven't been vetted, language hasn't dropped, but that do impact the system as a whole. So we'll be bringing those, but in the case where there is the need to present a position on behalf of the system, that would be between myself and the chair of the board. So I wanted to just toss it back to you and see if there's anything else you wanted to add.
Thank you. And per your policy, we will be coming back to you, letting you know the positions that were taken, allowing you to approve those positions per the NSHE handbook. But as I mentioned, we don't have quite that many specific bills, and we know that we are actively working with legislators on bills, on potential legislation. So I believe it is premature to sort of address specific bills, but we have been working with various legislators on items touching on higher education. We do know there will be bills on fee waivers, dual and concurrent enrollment, just the ones listed here. But where a lot of these, we might have some concerns, we have been engaging with those legislators, again, on potential amendments, working with them before the actual language is introduced. But that's one reason why, again, we'll be having this fast turnaround, working closely with all of our teams, not just here at the system level, but throughout all our institutions.
And if I could just add, I really want to thank Alejandro for all of the work that he has done. As he mentioned, we really started planning at the close of the last session, having conversations with legislators. They have been very receptive and even reaching out saying, I really have an idea about this. You know, want to find out what your position would be, how can we best serve? And even in the meetings that we have been having on an ongoing basis, presenting your priorities, talking about what the number one issues are for the system and how we can move forward together. And many have been very receptive of having us at the table as they're crafting their legislation. So do want to thank the legislators for their openness, the presidents for keeping us informed of issues that may arise. And then also we'll be bringing that to the board. But I really do think that Alejandro does deserve a lot of credit for the work that he does behind the scenes and really working with all of the government affairs teams at the institutions. They give up their time. They're away from their families, freezing in Carson City. Sorry, it is very cold. But we do know that it's a lot of sacrifice and it's for the betterment of the system, and appreciate their coordination as it pertains to your priorities.
Thank you. I have a question from Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard all these teams and all the other people, you know, there's the tinker, the tailor, and the drunken sailor, and everybody else, but I didn't see a team for this board. We have, I know, but we have Mr. Gokuchia here who was in the legislature, and shouldn't we have some sort of a team to represent NSHE? Oh, I know, that's his job. That's their job, it's a job. So what I'm asking about is we volunteer our time. Why don't we have a team? She just said we are not supposed to, but you and I talked about this. I'm still not clear. Why doesn't the board, we are one of the biggest stakeholders in this. Why don't we have a team? Chancellor, do you know if we have any regulations, NRS, anything, Mr. Gokuchi, anybody? Why don't we have a team?
I'm going
Oh,
to ask council to please
Council, all
lead the
right.
conversation and the rest of us will assist.
Now he looks scary. Okay, go for it.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. We have board policy on the issue setting forth how we take positions on bills during legislative session.
Uh-huh.
And currently, the way it works is if there is already policy on the matter, or if the board has taken a position on the matter, then that's the position that the chancellor relates to the legislature during the committee hearings. If there's no position that has been taken, the chancellor does have authority. Well, let me back up. If the board has not taken a position on a bill and there's no policy on the bill to provide that input, then a couple things happen. One, if there's an upcoming hearing and the hearing will occur before the next board meeting that the chancellor can bring it to, the chancellor can take a position on the bill and notify this board before that hearing of what the position is going to be. So there will be that input. If there is an opportunity to bring it back to the board before that committee hearing is held, then the chancellor has a duty to bring it back to the board and have the board take a position on the bill.
Okay, you explained that, but I'm still not, is there in our regulations that says we cannot have a committee like that? We have a students committee. We have a faculty senate committee. Everybody represents us. Sometimes things happen at the legislature, and don't get me wrong, I don't want to go up there. It's 6 degrees is what Mr. Gokuchi said. I'm too cold for me. What I'm saying is this board should be represented too. And we have someone who's been in the legislature who really knows how these things work. And he'll be up there, but how does this board get to make a decision quick enough if we don't have a subcommittee to make those decisions? If something comes up, it's not always set in stone. Things change. So it may be too late for us to have our say, or we don't believe in this. I trust the chancellor a lot, but I'm just curious, why don't we have such a committee with all these other people? Why? There's no law, no NRS, and it's not in our bylaws.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. Two things. I don't want to get too far off the agenda item here because this discussion isn't really part of this agenda item. But what you're really talking about is organizational structure. You're talking about a way for the board to delegate to certain individuals the ability to make those decisions, which the board has already done. Now, individual regents can't do that unless the board votes and appoints somebody to.
That's why I said subcommittee. I'm not talking about individual regents. There should be a subcommittee that represents this board. Whoever wants to go up in the cold there or lives there. There's Regent Del Carlo and others, they could be happy to do it, I'm sure. I'm not talking about individuals. I don't think that's a good idea. But as a subcommittee, we should have some representation in this because, like I said, there's everyone, students, each institution has a team. We don't have anything.
Jimmy Martin.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Just really quickly,
Yeah.
a subcommittee is not going to save time and allow you to take things back earlier. The subcommittee would only make recommendations to this board. The subcommittee would have to hear it in a public meeting, take it back to this board at a future public meeting to take a vote, to then provide the chancellor with information on what position to take. It would along the process, it would make it longer, not shorter.
I see subcommittees work that way, and I'm glad you said that. So we could have representatives or something, but we need to represent ourselves there somehow. Because we get secondhand information from everybody, which I appreciate. Thank you very much. I'm sure you paid for it, like Regent Brown said. That's your job, very nice. But to me, it seems so weird. We have all these big money issues, all this stuff. Every time we have a legislature, the last time we had it, we always seem to end up at the same place with nothing. I mean, something, but not enough. So they don't cheer us, this board. They hear you, and Tinker Tailor, every sailor, whatever, drunken, but they don't share this board.
Regent
So-
Boylan,
Yes, ma'am.
I'll just chime in really quickly.
Please.
There will be opportunities if regents are interested in testifying to work with our government affairs people. But in the interest of making sure that we do have representation when we need it.
Yes.
The chancellor with Alejandro are working very closely. I've made sure that the chancellor communicates with me and with Vice Chair Downs to make sure that
Outstanding,
when there are
yeah.
times that are, and opportunities for us to be up there, that we should be. And I
Yep.
hear what you're saying.
That's all
and
I was saying, yes.
I've echoed the same thing to the chancellor. So I
Okay.
appreciate your voice in this, and we'll continue to work together to do that.
All right, that's what I was looking for, not it's his job or her job or so. No, I was looking for a simple answer. Thank you so much.
And Madam
Thank
Chair,
you, ma'am.
if I may
Oh,
just
yes.
jump in just real quick to help maybe clarify this. Chris Nielsen, for the record, is General Counsel Martinez was I believe part of his trying to reiterate is when they're in the normal course of things, when there's say a policy bill, a hearing that comes up down the road that's scheduled for several weeks out, or within your 3-day period to convene a meeting, there will be an opportunity, I believe, in looking at prior agendas for the board as a whole to take a position on a policy. It doesn't mean you have to take a position, but you'll have an opportunity in the normal course to take a position as a board as a whole. But there are times, as the chancellor pointed out, that things do move quickly. I mean, Regent Goicoechea can certainly add to this, but especially at the end of May, later in the session, amendments can come in, especially around deadlines, where there's just no way, whether it's a subcommittee or the board as a whole, and the chancellor and her team have to make some
Sure.
game time decisions, then report back to you. But I think in the normal course, the board as a whole will have the opportunity to take some positions, whether it's on policy bills or budget or amendments or otherwise, and bring it to you. We'll notice them. It'll be explained, and then you instruct the instructor or the chancellor and her team to kind of effectuate what your wishes are. I hope that explains it.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I
No,
hope-
I appreciate that. Everything that was said. I'm not trying to, it doesn't do any good for me personally. I'm trying to say it for the board. Give some more board members some more work to do. Isn't that nice? For free. That's all I was trying to say, but thank
I
you, ma'am.
hear you, and I'll take you up on that when we need it, or others. Okay, all right. I'm going to go to Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Bush for the record. So thank you very much for the presentation that you provided us in terms of a quick snapshot of what some of this looks like. The question I have for you is because I had the opportunity as chair to take a look at some of these things in 23, specifically coordination and collaboration. And what we found in 23 was we could huddle everybody in a room and set forth an agenda, but once the travel up to Carson City takes place and conversations take place in the hallways, it seems like we're not really as collaborative as perhaps we could be. And so I know that there are different areas to generate opportunities to speak as a system, particularly when we talk about finance budgeting. What types for this legislative session specifically have those conversations taken place to make sure that everything is really buttoned up in terms of messaging for what the system needs, opposed to perhaps very specific items from institutions?
Great. Thank you, Alejandro Rodriguez, for the record. I believe, to answer your question, those priorities that you all have approved, we work closely. We had a retreat of our government affairs team. I mean, we're going to be speaking with one voice from those approved policies, but I think it's those money committees and those budget hearings is what you referred to as the ones that are going to be the ones where, again, we get that information. We already have our sort of our marching orders and what we want, and that'll be an opportunity to sort of have that additional advocacy there. To your other point about things happen, amendments change, and hearing in the hallways conversations, that's something that we'll continue to communicate very clearly and in real time. I will be communicating with the chancellor probably multiple times a day on this, and then she has informed me that she will be working closely with board leadership again to keep them abreast of any of these issues that are ongoing, especially as it gets to the end of the session. But as far as other opportunities, I mean, does that answer your question as far as the early part of the session?
Regent Bush, for the record, it does, and I appreciate the conversation. I think it's something that we just have to bring up, and certainly there are discussions that should take place in terms of what it actually looks like and what session comes into play regarding the priorities of the system and making sure that institutions are moving with the system rather than by themselves.
Absolutely. For the record, Patty Charlton. So Regent Brooks, that is a very good point. We've had conversations. I appreciate the retreat that happened with government affairs, but also the conversations that we're having with the presidents. We know that this is a very difficult time. We know that the state budget is very tight, and it is imperative that we stick and we advocate for the priorities that were set by this body. And should issues arise, that's why we have to bring it back, and that has been very clear as we have moved forward. We have to speak with one voice because honestly, that has actually been some of the feedback that we've heard from others in Carson City that, all of a sudden we have this list of priorities and other things creep up. That cannot happen. We have to stay the course, especially when we talk about the things such as the budget on COLA, on the formula, those areas. And then we have all of the fee waivers that are really very, very important for the institutions. And you have established a capital list of priorities. That's where we stay the course.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers. I don't have anything else, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Regent Gokachia, then Regent Arascata. Oh, okay. Okay. And then after that, Regent Brown.
I want to make one point clear, and I'm sure council will agree. I've got a 1-year cooling off. I couldn't lobby if I wanted to.
Regent Arascata.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm just going to kind of segue off of what Regent Brooks mentioned in regards to stakeholders and appropriate and ethical representation. And one of the items I'm reading here on slide 6 is the internal stakeholders, which you have faculty, senate, student government, NSHE, community, professional, and classified staff. But then following that, Alejandra, you also mentioned outside stakeholders with a collaboration with the Nevada Faculty Alliance. Is that what I heard?
Alejandro Rodriguez for the record. Again, we meet with all sorts of stakeholders, and we do have shared agendas and priorities with the Nevada Faculty Alliance. They share intelligence on upcoming meetings. They share that they're going to be testifying in support of our budget. So that's what I meant by that collaboration with them, sort of speaking before them, getting the courtesy from Nevada Faculty Alliance as they're going to be in the building regularly as well. So I think they're an important stakeholder that we hear about. But as I mentioned previously, at the pre-session budget hearing, we did have Faculty Senate Chair Valerie Connor sort of brief the Legislative Commission on the role of Faculty Senate. So I know that that is an important part that we're going to be incorporating into the upcoming session.
So is it appropriate to say that the faculty for the Nevada System of Higher Education are represented only because that's the entirety of the faculty are represented by the Faculty Senate, not a due-paying membership? It's the Faculty Senate that is representative of the faculty. Is that correct?
Alejandro Rodriguez for the record. Yes, I believe that's what Vice Faculty Senate Chair Valerie Connor testified to in her testimony at the pre-session budget hearing, giving the roles of how many faculty they represent and how they're the representative for all of our faculty.
Madam Chair, if I can take the liberty and just kind of defer this over to Faculty Senate Chair of Chairs, Dr. Aaron Hill, if that's okay, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. For the record, Dr. Aaron Hill, Hill, Faculty Senate Chair, University of Nevada, Reno, with a small correction. I'm not the chair of chairs on the Council of Chairs this year. That's Valerie Connor from CSN. But thank you for the opportunity to speak about my role and how I plan to collaborate with the body of regents and my campus's senior leadership team during the 2025 legislative session. So first of all, congratulations to the new members of the Board of Regents on being elected to govern this complex statewide system of higher education. I look forward to getting to work with all of you individually, collectively. It's my 5th year on the UNR Faculty Senate and my 7th year at the university. In my role as Faculty Senate Chair, I represent over 2,400 academic and administrative faculty across every major unit of our campus. I was nominated and elected to my chair role by my colleagues on the Faculty Senate. We staff and charge 9 standing committees, all of whom are empowered through shared governance to make requests for administrative action, all of which we track through transparent, now openly available living documents. We have an advisory role in every proposed change of organization, new and revised bylaws, and policy updates to the University Administrative Manual. We meet with the president, provost, and a vast cross-section of our campus leaders, collaboratively discussing all aspects of our ambitions to balance serving our students and surrounding communities, while also having the global impact of an R1 institution. A great deal of my work happens behind the scenes and can never be discussed in detail, as I advocate for faculty rights on a highly confidential basis, offering support through our rejoinder, reconsideration, and grievance processes, along with guidance on navigating human resources and our Center for Civil Rights and Equal Access. So much of my conflict mediation work will never see the light of day because our office is able to effectively advocate for and resolve many issues between employees before they escalate. I represent all faculty in rooms with senior leadership where decisions are made with our budget, managing incidents, and with our legislative task force. Since our Faculty Senate is the only internal shared governance body representing UNR's academic and administrative faculty, I will be in Carson City often to advocate for state support for the work we do for Nevada's public good. I, along with my wonderful Senate chair colleagues across the system, serve as the voice for faculty before the public, and we assist our faculty colleagues who are willing to tell their stories in the form of legislative meetings and public comment. Thank you all for your ongoing partnership and service to shared governance on our campus and across the system. And whenever you need faculty perspectives, I warmly invite you all to engage with our system's Faculty Senate chairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Brown.
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. I wanted to actually touch on a point that my colleague, Regent Brooks, brought up, because I do think that we have to acknowledge that we have 8 different institutions. They're all going to go up there. They need to advocate for themselves. So what is our policy and how will we handle if different institutions do end up working against either the system or each other? And I'm just curious if we've put something in place.
Yeah, so for the record, Patty Charlton. So first, technically, we advocate on behalf of the board's priorities and the position, again, as we highlighted on bills and all of that. Should there be an issue that arises, that would be one that I would be responsible to take up with the respective president. We also have established policy that you might remember at the December meeting, ensuring that there is approval of those that serve in those functions of lobbying so that we can have accountability. That could lead to a personnel item. So I would just say that would be addressed directly with the president should someone not conform to directives established.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And I'm just assuming that list is the full list, including all the presidents that weren't necessarily on the list, who could lobby on behalf of an institution officially.
So presidents do advocacy, but they are under directive. They have to conform to the directives established by the board and by their supervisor, which would be the chancellor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And then I really wanted to just highlight, and I know the chancellor had mentioned this earlier, but I just want to highlight all the staff that go up there. Just because you are in the middle of a 120-day sprint does not mean that your local work and your federal work stop. And so I just think it's really important for us to acknowledge all the hard work that goes into it. I know we've been talking about BDRs for, 8 months now? And so just because it is a 120-day window, I just wanted to acknowledge that this is actually a year-round thing. And then once, the legislature is over, then the implementations start, and then all the follow-up, and plus, like I said, local government, county government, federal stuff is still ongoing. So I just wanted to acknowledge that to all of our staff, because I know, leaving for 120 days is not easy. Yes, it's cold, but more importantly, you're leaving your family, friends, your patterns of life, and you're doing it on behalf of the system, and we need you. I think Regent Del Carlo said it best, right? We have to prioritize education in this state, and that's not going to happen unless we have the best advocates. And so you guys giving up your time, it is acknowledged, and I just wanted to say it on the record that I do appreciate that.
Chair, if I could, Patty Charlton for the record. I just want to add to that note, I see a couple of those government affairs folks here today with us. They look pretty fresh right now, but their days never end. And it's not just that it's 120 days, it's 120 days of 48-hour increments, it seems like a day. It never ends. There are statements and things that we have to respond to. That team works very closely together because you cannot have one person in 5 places at one time. So I think the teamwork is really something that you should be proud of, and they deserve our appreciation because they really do give everything up. Weekends, holidays, evenings, no sleep, just trying to keep everyone informed. And so that work is very important, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, and I will echo Regent Brown. Thank you so much for the work that you do, all of our government affairs people. And I'll also say that we'll continue to have regular dialogue about this and make sure that when there are opportunities for regents to voice our opinions and our positions on specific bills and items coming before the legislature, we will be there where it's appropriate. And speak with one voice collaboratively. So I really do appreciate that, and we will work towards that. Thank you. All right. This was an item for possible action, but given that there are no actual bills that we're taking a position on right now, I think it's appropriate that this is just for information only at this time. So at this time, we have a few things left on the agenda, but we're going to break for 15 minutes for lunch. So we'll be back at about 12:55 or so. Okay, we're going to get started with item number 5, handbook revision and code amendments, policy against unlawful discrimination and harassment and complaint procedure. And for this, I will go to Senior Associate General Counsel Linda King.
Good afternoon, everyone. Linda King for the record. I'm here today to present for approval revisions to Title IV, Chapter 8, Section 14. That is your policy on unlawful discrimination and harassment and complaint procedures, as well as the corollary code amendments to Titles II, Chapter 6 and 10. These revisions will re-implement the 2020 Title IX regulations, which are currently in effect. Your approval today would result in permanent policy revisions and temporary code amendments, which will need to be brought back to you on a permanent basis, probably as a consent item on your March agenda. So you may ask yourself, how did we get here? You will recall that the 2024 regulations were the subject of several legal challenges across the nation and were enjoined in several states, including some of our institutions within NSHE. In one of those legal challenges, a federal court in Kentucky issued an opinion vacating the 2024 rule in its entirety nationwide. So we're back to the 2020 policy. And your reference materials are essentially a cut and paste of what we had in effect. The board approved in August of 2020. We've reverted back to that policy. Subsection A of Section 14 is NSHE's general policy against unlawful discrimination and harassment. Section B describes remedies and interim measures for non-Title IX cases. Subsection C is your complaint and investigation procedures for non-Title IX unlawful harassment and discrimination cases. And then subsection D contains all of the Title IX information. It contains the policy that's necessary under the 2020 regulations and the complaint processes. So the important factors, as probably everyone will recall from 2020, is definitions and procedural protections. So the good news is that most of the institutions were under the injunction and they didn't have any cases under 2024. I've done a survey of all the Title IX offices, and she does not have any Title IX cases that were initiated under the 2024 regulations. So as an enforcement of the policy and explanation of the policy to our campus communities, it's a little bit of an easier task for our Title IX offices. They all know how to work under the 2020 policy. We're keeping a close eye on Office of Civil Rights. They've issued a Dear Colleague letter today to offer some guidance of how they plan to enforce the 2020 regulations. And the NSHE policy itself calls for an annual policy review. So at the time we were waiting for the 2024 rule to drop, the Title IX coordinators had already formulated their review of the 2020 rule. So we held off on bringing those to the Audit Title IX Compliance Committee because we knew that the 2024 regulations were going to be in effect. So now the Title IX Coordinators Work Group is dusting off those policy suggestions, and they continue to meet on a weekly basis. I think all of the institutions are incredibly lucky with the staff that they have in their offices. They're very committed to the work that they do, which outside of the minutia of what protections apply under which regulatory scheme we're in, the work that they're doing is trying to prevent and remedy discriminatory conduct on our institutions' campuses, and it's very important work that they do. They're very engaged, and I think all of the institutions' presidents could maybe stop by their Title IX offices and thank those individuals for the work that they do. What's to come, potentially? There might be another proposed rulemaking. We've seen some regulatory guidance already by today's Dear Colleague letter, but there could be another rulemaking that would further enshrine some of the guidance that we're seeing coming out with respect to enforcement. So that's really it on what the policy looks like that we're asking for approval on today so that we can stay in compliance with what many are calling regulatory whiplash. I think it's pretty accurate. I was happy to see that we had the meeting, and I appreciate the board leadership allowing us to have this on your agenda today. We initially were going to wait until March, and this will prevent a lot of confusion on campuses and make it easier for our Title IX offices to implement the work that they need to do. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open it up to Regents for discussion or a motion. Yes, Regent Prager.
If there is no discussion, I'd make a motion for approval on item number 5, handbook revision and code amendments. Policy against unlawful discrimination, harassment, compliant procedure.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I have a second from Vice Chair Downs. Discussion, Regent Boylan?
Come on, all right. Just a quick question, don't we already have this in place? So what are we actually going to vote on? What are we changing? I'm
I
a
don't
wee bit
know.
lost.
That's all right, I can explain.
Thank you.
And
Good seeing you, by the way. I'm
it's
glad
nice
you're
to
here.
see you
It's been a
too.
while. Yes,
I think you missed the last time I was up here when we changed
I
the policy.
missed it, ma'am. I'm so sorry. Yes.
Well, it's nice to see you, and I'm happy to explain what's going on.
Thank you, ma'am.
We were here on August 23rd of 2024 to
Alright.
implement some policy revisions so that we could remain in compliance with the 2024 Title IX regulations, which broadened the definition of sex-based harassment and changed some of the procedural requirements. Those rules went into effect, but there were several legal challenges across the nation. One of those legal challenges resulted in vacating the entire 2024 rule. So now we've got to adopt our 2020 Title IX policy. So we're
with-
just reverting back to the policy that we had in place.
All right. No, but so that means when it was, the 2024 one was, what, thrown away or something? So we could allow sexual harassment? What does
No.
that mean? No.
No.
Oh, I'm kind of confused. So now we go back to 2020,
Different definition.
a different definition.
yes,
It was a
and-
better definition.
It's a different definition.
No, is it better or worse?
I don't have an opinion on that.
You're a lawyer, I know that, yeah. It depends. It depends. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So there is a motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 6, construction of Theater Eastview Phase 1 TMCC. And before I go to President Hilgersim, I'm going to go to Regent Fernandez for a disclosure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Carlos Fernandez for the record. Madam Chair, according to NRS 281A, requires me to disclose a potential conflict of interest regarding a private commitment of mine with respect to Agenda Item 6. In my role as Executive Director of AI Nevada, I represent the Professional Association for Architects in the state. A principal of the firm that designed this project serves as a board member of AIA Nevada. This does not impact my ability to vote in this matter, especially as the selection of design professionals does not go through this board and is subject to a separate public works process. While this project benefits students and does not directly impact the organization I serve, I am making disclosure in the interest of full transparency and public trust. I've determined that a reasonable person in my position would not have their independence of judgment materially affected, and therefore I will participate in the discussion and vote on this item.
Thank you. And now I will go to President Hilgersom of TMCC.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Karen Hilgersom for the record of TMCC, and I'm super excited to be here today to request two things. First, I am requesting that the Board of Regents permits TMCC to expend $7.346 million from this Capital Improvement Fund toward the construction of the TMCC Theater. The second request is to provide your approval to us so that we can pull that trigger and build this beautiful theater. And as you heard earlier today in some of the public testimony, this project has been in the works for literally about 8 years. It will address the need for expanding educational opportunities and the need for a standalone theater that as part of Eastview Phase 1. This will help our performing arts programs and 3 classrooms for our growing Bachelor of Architecture degree program. We currently lack dedicated space for large-scale performances, theater classes, film studies, community events, and the architecture program. A dedicated theater provides a professional environment for students to gain hands-on experience in acting, stage production, film studies, lighting, and sound. And I'm very impressed that our 2 new faculty members have recently developed a 15-credit technical skills certificate for theater technicians, and that became on the books live this year. Additionally, the standalone theater aligns with TMCC's mission to enhance community engagement. And in a moment, I'll ask the architect, Angela Bugatti, to come up to the podium and talk a little bit about the design, particularly as it relates to our community. Public performances, lectures, cultural events, this will strengthen the TMCC community with the Reno community and the Sparks community. Because of this, we also anticipate some additional rental revenue because as this facility will be added to our list of rentable TMCC spaces. This facility will elevate the profile of the college as a regional cultural hub, attracting prospective students and supporting long-term growth and sustainability through our amazing theater program, music offerings, dance offerings, and our architecture program. And again, I am just thrilled that we're here before you today. This project will be debt-free. We have the money in the bank ready to go. We hope it comes in at $16.9 million, but we will also do some fundraisings. The TMCC Foundation and I will work closely, and I suspect the new president of TMCC will also work closely with the TMCC Foundation to raise additional funds so that we can enhance the facility further and perhaps purchase some items for the technical theater program that are not in the budget yet, but that we really, really want to have. So stay tuned for how you too can contribute to the TMCC Theater and Architecture program. TMCC will manage this program, and we will not utilize state public works as there are no state dollars that have been allocated for this program. We're confident that we can do so. We have an outstanding team. We have managed projects in my history at TMCC, and not only have they gone extremely well, and the TMCC Fitness Center is probably the best example. At that time, we were really one of the only projects that came in on budget. And so, and I'm very proud of the facilities team, Dr. Ayo Akinola and Marcus Olam, for their outstanding work in this regard. So I also have here today Vice President of Finance and Government Relations, Mike Pearl. So if you do have questions that get pretty detailed, he is here to answer them. But prior to turning it over for questions, I would like to invite Angela Bugatti of Van Werten Bugatti up to the podium to say a few words about the design.
Good afternoon. I'm Angela Bugatti, Principal Architect for Van Wert Bugatti Architects. As President Hilgersom has mentioned, this project has been in the works for over 8 years, and we've been privileged to be part of the process. We've worked closely with the college to understand the current and future curriculum needs. As a result of that effort, and upon further understanding the possibilities for fundraising, it became evident that the program deserved to be divided into phases. And so, as the most important priority being this theater building, as well as the temporary space for the Bachelor of Architecture program. We are optimizing the design at this point, working closely with the contractor. We're addressing the identity of the building and the sustainability options as well, while working hard to collaborate with the CMAR to make the most cost-efficient building that still provides the school with a facility that attracts and retains students. Few buildings and building types offer such creative inspiration as this theater does. We've allowed the theater as a performance space to inspire the architectural statement of the design. 3/4 of the building efficiently is designed as a black box made of metal panels. The entrance facade that faces south represents the symbolism of the stage curtain as a perforated system that gives the theater its identity and also serves as a feature that reduces the direct heat gain to benefit lower energy use, which is our moral and fiduciary responsibility as architects. This is a very exciting addition to the college and the collegiate facilities in our entire state. We're honored to be a part of it. We intend to make sure that the design serves the college and the entire community. And at this point, I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay, with that, are there any questions?
Thank you. I have a question from Regent Breaker.
I don't have a question. If there's no other comments or questions, I would make a motion for approval.
Okay, there's a motion from Regent Breaker. Is a second from Regent Fernandez. Any other discussion? Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
I just have a comment. I think this is great, and President Hilgerson, you've been through this for 8 years now, and there was a whole bunch of different variations, and, unfortunately, you didn't get what you first wanted, but you never gave up. And I think that's a really important lesson here. I think this is going to be a huge addition. I remember going to the Keystone place and seeing a production, and that's not a desirable part of town, nor a very nice theater. I see what Western Nevada College does in Carson City for their community. It's fabulous, their program there, and you should have one even better because you're a lot bigger town and you got the Pioneer Theater there. And I appreciated that letter of support in our public comment. So I'm wholeheartedly think this is wonderful and great, and this is a nice way to go out the door and thank you for your stewardship of the money. Because as we all said, there's no state funds here. And I know you have a wonderful foundation director that's going to be able to raise those extra funds for the extra nice things you want to put in there. So this is just a wonderful project, and thank you for sticking to it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I have a comment from Regent Fernandez and then one from Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you so much, Carlos Fernandez, for the record. I want to thank President Hilgerson for taking the time to walk me through this project. I got a little bit of an insight of this in the December board meeting, and being able to see this, be understanding that there's such high cost in construction, and really being able to start the delivery of this is incredible. I think it really gives a great design solution, especially as it relates to the arts and implementing the architectural program into that as well. So I do commend you for that, and I'm really glad to be supporting it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Just want to comment that we're all presented with numbers from President Hilgerson about the students who are currently involved in these programs, and I'm really excited to see over the next, after it's built, how many more students, once they have a facility on campus, are drawn to these types of performing arts. I also want to just comment that it's also a good space. I'm glad that the band and the musical programs will be able to use it for their performances as well. So it's such a broad appeal of students being able to use it. So it's a great thing for across the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. I just wanted to echo what my colleagues have already stated, and that was the fantastic walkthrough that you clearly provided to members of this board, particularly when it came to the financial outlook and picture of what the costs are to the institution, how you were navigating that, the interest that had been placed on other students being able to utilize this facility. And so I just wanted to, you've got a couple of attaboys, there you go. And I just wanted to provide another one, considering the amount of work that you've done to get this project off the ground. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just echo what everyone has said. Thank you so much for the detail of information, especially the financial information involved in this. And also, I just want to say that this is a great example of public good for the entire community, for our students and for the community in Northern Nevada. So thank you for bringing this forward. So at this time, I will call for a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to item number 7, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision for Differential Fees for UNLV. And before we move to President Whitfield, I just want to make a disclosure that pursuant to NRS 281A.420, I am disclosing that I and a member of my household are students at UNLV. These fees do not directly affect me. I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. Therefore, I will be voting in this matter. President Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present this proposal on behalf of UNLV. Today, we're seeking your approval for 6 different fee adjustments, including 1 new fee, 1 fee requiring spend authorization adjustment, 1 prefix change, and 3 fee increases. These proposals have been developed to align with NSHE's strategic goals of workforce development, student success, and research expansion. The reference material that you have has been updated to incorporate additional information based on feedback that we got from previous board meetings, as well as discussions with NSHE leadership and the board chair. Regarding the 3 requests for fee increases, we have included FY24 actuals, FY25 projected actuals, and F26 forecasts. This data underscores the necessity of the fee increases given the program's historical financial performance. As shown, all 3 programs fall well below the allowable carry-forward balance with some implementing cost-cutting measures to remain financially sustainable. The proposed increase will enable these programs to meet growing student demand and covering rising operational costs. Before we begin, I would like to note that following necessary changes to the document for the record, regarding the BOR 7F reference document for the School of Nursing request, on the summary page, page number 1, in column C of the chart, it should reflect an additional $981,000 in expenses. This adjustment increases the total expense to $6.2 million, updates the ending balance to $2 million, and revises the ending balance as a percentage of the revenue to be at 31%. This proposal that we bring before you today on the board's 2010 builds on the board's 2010 authorization, allowing institutions to establish differential fees under certain circumstances. These fees ensure that high demand and high cost programs can sustain quality education and operational effectiveness. These fees were also considered during the December and January special meetings and embedded within the NSHE summary. The fee adjustments that we seek today for approval are: 1, a request for a new fee of $150 for the Bachelor of Cybersecurity, which is a new high-cost and high-demand program. Number 2, a request for expanded uses for the existing architecture program fee to support student travel and other student needs. No change, but there's no change to the fee. This is just a change in how the fee is expended. Number 3 is a request to increase the differential fee for engineering programs to $80 per credit hour, which brings it slightly below the same fee that is charged at UNR. We also have number 4, a request to increase the nursing undergraduate differential fee to $220 and an increase to the graduate level differential fee to $335 per credit hour. These requested fees are the same as those approved for UNR and Nevada State University. Number 5, a request to increase from $239.50 to $325 within the physical therapy program. And then lastly, a request to correct the course prefix for the Doctor of Public Policy from DPP to PPY, and there's no changes associated with that. We can provide further information for you on each request and welcome the opportunity to address any questions at this time. And you've heard from the CSUN student president during public comment, and he's also in the audience to provide additional questions. But before we get to those, I'd like to ask Provost Heavey to come to the podium to add some additional detail about that cybersecurity fee.
Thank you, President Whitfield. Chris Heavey, Provost at UNLV, for the record. The Chancellor helpfully pointed out that we had not listed any expenses on year 1 of the cybersecurity degree proposal, which unfortunately created some confusion. And we regret that kind of lack of clarity in our communication. I want to say that we will definitely have expenses in year 1 of the proposal. We've already committed what we estimate will be $430,000 in expenses for next fiscal year 26, in support of the cybersecurity program, including the hiring of 2 personnel who are coming for interviews next week and the adoption of a new cyber range, which allows students the opportunity to practice their cyber skills. We don't know exactly how much revenue the program will be bring in year 1, because the differential fee is for 300 and 400 level courses. We have seen very strong demand for the program, with already having 35 students admitted to the program. We expect to have an incoming cohort of up to 100 students. But again, the courses that they would take that would incur this differential fee won't be till years 3 and 4 of their program. So we're not sure. There might be some transfer students. And so we had listed no expenses because we have set aside institutional funds to cover those expenses in year one until the fee ramps up to a level where it can support the personnel and other expenses of the program. This is similar to how we're treating the CRNA program that you recently approved, a very high differential fee for. We'll use up to actually about $1 million of institutional funds to support that program before the first cohort even enrolls in that program. And so for all of these high-cost programs, we do need to basically front-load that, but we're sorry that we didn't explain that more clearly in the documents, and if Chancellor wants to comment further.
Certainly, for the record, Patty Charlton. And so just in follow-up to, in conversation with President Whitfield and Provost TV, my recommendation not to approve that, or I included that I wouldn't recommend the approval without the expenditures. So with the caveat that the personnel costs are included in that year one, they can always backfill with institutional funds if there's a shortcoming. But I would change my recommendation to approving the cybersecurity based on the high demand, but it does need to have those additional expenses in there. Also to concur with your policy that the fee should be paid on the student, from the students that are, or the fee should be used on the students that are paying for them.
Thank you. I don't know if there is more to your presentation, or we should open it up to Regents at this time.
We can open up for discussion.
Very good, very good. So before we do that, given that there has been this explanation on cybersecurity and the chancellor's changed the recommendation from their office, I originally was going to say that we should split this out into different votes for each one, but depending on how the discussion goes, we can take a motion all together or separately, if whatever is the board's desire on that. So at this time, I'll open it up to members of the board. Regent Brooks, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I certainly, Regent Brooks, for the record, I appreciate the clarifications and the adjustments clearly that you have made in terms of your recommendation. It does, I think, help the board formulate pretty quickly a direction that we can move in. And I also want to thank CFO Casey Wyman for really drilling down on some of these numbers and presenting it in a way that I don't know that you could have explained these fees any better. And I know we had a short conversation yesterday at the State of the University address, but I just wanted to say again, thank you. We recognize the hard work that you've done to bring these things to us. And with that, I would make a motion to approve. All of them.
So I have a motion to approve all of the differential fees by Regent Brooks and a second from Regent Brager. Any other discussion? Yes, Regent Gokachia and then Regent Boylan.
Yes, I was just wondering if the maker of the motion, Regent Gokachia for the record, would amend that motion that including the fee, approval of the fees, we also request, starting with the March quarterly meeting, that we do get a breakdown of how they're going to spend that category that raised my eyebrows in the December meeting, those other student fees and that $84 million. And I know we've changed it and it's in a couple different buckets, but if we could start, I think everybody's in agreement. I would like to see where that money's going, even it's still there. And we're approving a new fee increase, so if we could start at the next quarterly meeting, would you amend your motion to do that?
Well, Regent Brooks, for the record, I greatly appreciate what you're saying, and I agree with you 100%. The way that this is being brought forward, though, for us today, it is singularly these fees. And so I don't know that I can create a motion that encapsulates the things that we spoke about during the last meeting. We're expecting, I certainly am expecting as a regent that those things are going to happen, and there'll be some additional.
Sheriff, I may weigh in. I believe this request, and the chancellor's already agreed to do this, Regent Gokachia. So for today's number 7, I'd recommend that it's just kind of sticking to approval or not approval or just with the fees itself. Thank you.
And Jimmy Martinez, for the record, anything additional could be requested as part of new business.
Perhaps I can provide a comment after the vote.
Okay, so we still have a motion and a second. Next, I'll go to Regent Boylan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And legal just mentioned something, so am I allowed to, since it's part of all of this, why is there such a stiff increase in the physical therapy differential? $75 bang, right away. Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
Provost,
thank you for that question. Provost Heavey, for the record, the differential fee program the differential fee for the physical therapy program has not been increased for a long time, and that account has actually gone into deficit and has been especially strained by the COLA increases of the faculty supported on that fee. And the institution is actually now backfilling that fee because it no longer supports the faculty who are assigned to that fee. And so the amount that's requested will just bring the account back into balance moving forward.
thank you, Provost Heavey. Madam Chair, just one more thing, if I may. The consigliere there, he mentioned it, he looks dangerous today, but you mentioned in the new business. So if we try and save money somewhere else, a whole bunch of things that I'm bringing up in new business. So could that money be used to help the students when there's such a stiff increase in all of them? I mean, well, except number 3, but otherwise there's a stiff increase. Someone once mentioned long ago, but I have a good memory, that you can't take it out of this bucket because it's meant for this bucket, and you can put it in this bucket, but can we just move fees? Maybe you or Chris Vuitton or Mr. Vuitton would know that. Is that possible if we save money somewhere else?
Thank you, Chris Vuitton, for the record. I was going to offer that part of the policy on the differential fee programs is that a portion of each of the differential fees is actually set aside to provide financial support, as financial aid for the students that are enrolled in those programs. So part of the fee increase also, it's a percentage of the total fee that gets allocated specifically to scholarship funds for those students in the programs.
How interesting. So they pay the fees, this differential fees, to get aid back. But what if they can't pay this fee? How do they get the aid back? Because they're like, ooh, I got $325 now extra to pay. I don't understand what you're saying, because if it's there to help the students, how are they going to pay it first to get the help and then they'll get it back? Is that how it works? I know that thing is more difficult than the numbers.
Chris Vuitton, for the record, I think, I appreciate the question. I think it's in the same way all fees contribute to scholarship awards that are then used to support students. The differential fees work the same way. Yes, I understand your question. Those are the funds that are available to help those students, and to the extent each college has programs that raise funds for the colleges, there's also other awards and always other opportunities. But in order to support the program, that's the purpose of the differential fee. The program couldn't be offered. Essentially, is what the campus is suggesting, is that in order to offer this program, the differential fee is needed to support the total costs of the program. So it's always a question of you can maybe another way of phrasing it is perhaps without the fee there wouldn't be the program, and then I'm not sure the question would need an answer at that point. But in order to offer the program, the fee request supports it, and in order to address concerns of affordability, the board's policy also obligates some of the funds to be set aside to help students who may need that support.
How interesting. Thank you so much. I knew you'd know the answers. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
Just add a bit. Yeah, Provost TV again for the record. Definitely, we understand that some students have high financial need. Some of these programs are recognized to be higher cost, and as CFO Vuitton said, we are allocating additional millions of dollars out into aid for those high need students. So for example, this spring semester, we've allocated an additional $4 million in aid from some of these differential fee areas. The fees are not fungible between programs, but within the programs, we do have aid money for the students who are most in need, and it's focused on the students who are in high need. And also to reinforce what CFO Vitone said, without these fees, we cannot offer these programs.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I appreciate it. Yep.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Brown.
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. So like I've said at the last two meetings, you know, I thought that these fees and the professors and all the programming that they directly went to was different from the other line items that we were addressing. So I'm glad to see my colleagues are also on that same page now. But we also said to you, President Whitfield, that we were asking for certain things, which, and I have to acknowledge and echo Regent Brooks, this is way more information than we've been given the last two meetings. So thank you for listening and thank you for getting us more. But I did have a question that I asked at the last meeting, which was that $80 million. And you guys had given us some big pockets. And this actually isn't for you, so if you want to sit down, yeah. You had given us some big pockets of projects that you didn't tell us in December, but told us earlier this month. And I had asked, when did some of these big projects get started? And that is something that I would like to know, just because it does speak to the overall 80 million when you're asking us to approve more fees.
Chair, if you don't mind, for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor. So Regent Brown, the item that you're speaking of is the student fee balance report. And what we have proposed from the Chancellor's office is that, and I think this might also address Regent Gokachia's comment, is that we have advised that needs to come back on a quarterly basis. And then for that particular item, there was also, I think from several regions, also wanting to know the timeline and the implementation of those expenditure plans. And so that will be coming back, but that is the student fee balance side. But we had included in the agenda materials from the last meeting that reports should be done on a quarterly basis, not on an annual basis at this time regarding those balances, and to address the expenditure plan timeline. When they were started, what's the balance? If they're hiring, what's the time frame? So I hope that helps.
It does help. When does that, do we have a copy of it today? And I don't know, do you guys have a copy?
We had advised it would be coming to the quarterly meeting, and so we will
So the
be
March
working on
meeting
that for the March.
would be the first
Yeah,
one.
it's going to
Okay.
be tight with
That's-
agenda items due next
Yeah,
week.
of course,
yes.
of course. Yeah, because again, you know, I looked at these fees as being different than the larger bucket of fees. But this was a sticking point, right? If you are asking for more money, then what was the spend down plan? We talked a little bit about examples of the spend down plan, but I also want to know when that happened so we can expect expectations. So we have clear expectations of when it would actually be below the allowable threshold. So if we don't have it and we'll expect it at the quarterly meeting, then I will rest.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Arascata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Whitfield, at the onset of your presentation, I believe you focused on nursing. Was it 7F, as in Frank Foxtrot? Is that the one you did touch upon? Is that the numbers? And if you could reiterate what you mentioned, I'd appreciate it.
For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. Yeah, about halfway through, I mentioned about a necessary change to the document, and that's for 7F, which references the School of Nursing request. And in that, if you take a look at the summary page, page 1, in column C of the chart, it should reflect an additional $981K in expenses. This adjustment increases the total expenses to approximately $6.2 million and updates the ending balance to $2 million and revises the end balance as a percentage of the revenue to now to 31%.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. Because with the differential fee, what I read in the definitions of the actual, the projected actual, and the forecasted plans, but what I'm having difficulty with these numbers, and as you're just mentioning, and I believe Provost Evie just mentioned, one of the justifications for the nursing differential fee request, which is on page 7F, page 1, on line 3, there's a total revenue. And what I'm looking at is the UNLV nursing is projecting a $3 million increase for fiscal year 25 and 26. Can you expand on that, or if Mr. Wyman or Provost Evie could? Why is there going to be a $3 million increase? Seven F, line 3.
Regent Ariscotta, they're working on trying to get that information for you.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, Provost Hevy for the record. So the $3 million increase would be the increase in the net revenues amount that would be collected. So essentially, if you're looking at that table, it would be the difference between FY24 actuals and FY26 forecast. And so with the increase in the fee, it would bring in an additional $3 million that would go to support the programs that are listed there, including additional faculty, clinical placements for students, et cetera.
Would it also be increasing enrollment or proposing to increase enrollment?
Yes, we expect increased enrollment, and the nursing school has dramatically increased their enrollment over the last several years, and that has led to substantial increases in their costs. And as President Whitfield mentioned, what this would do is would make the differential fee for UNLV equal to the differential fee for Nevada State University and UNR.
Okay. But looking at that any balance as the percentage of revenue, with all 3 years hovering around 50%, why is that level revenue necessary to carry over?
Yeah, Provost Hevy, for the record, again, the correction is that you did note correctly that it's been hovering around 50%, but we actually expect it to drop down to 31% in FY26 because of the correction that President Whitfield noted of the additional expenses of hiring, staffing, and the clinical placements, et cetera. I have the Dean of Nursing here with us, who's our amazing new leader in that space. If you have additional questions, I think her and her budget team could speak to those.
In just 1 minute, if we could, please. Then what percentage of the revenue generated by the new differential fees will be set aside for financial aid? I saw in the report it said 15%. Is that still an accurate number?
Yes, by board, Provost Hevy, for the record, by board mandate, we will always set aside 15% of all differential fees collected to, so and that will go basically from 561,000 up to 981,000. And so we're using that additional revenue to support high-need students to make sure that we keep the programs as affordable and as accessible as possible.
Okay, then once again, I'm still referring to that page 1 of 7F. The financial aid, so it goes from fiscal year 24 actuals of 561,000, then it plummets down to 5,198. Then it jumps all the way back up to 981,000.
I'll hand that over to the CFO.
For the record, Casey Wyman, CFO, UNLV. So that's a timing issue with the spending. It will be spent in the spring for financial aid on the projected actuals piece, and then that will allow us go into the forecasted plan then in the 26 phase. So that's what we'll be spending then. Does that make sense?
No. So fiscal year 24 actuals, you have 561,000.
Mm-hmm.
Then column B, fiscal 25 projected actuals, goes down to $5,198. And then, once again, go over to column C, Now you're jumping up to $981,000. So financial aid goes from it's all over the place, and it doesn't make sense.
I would like to also allow someone else to speak a little bit more intimately to this. I appreciate. Stand by 1 second. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Sigrid Barrett. I'm the Dean of the School of Nursing, for the record. Thank you for the question, and I'd like to bring some clarity to what you see in front of you, and I've also invited my Director of Finance from the School of Nursing. What you see on column B, which states financial aid that's dropped down from 561 to 5,000, that is an error, because what that showed is the year to date as opposed to the fiscal year. So the numbers that you see on column C for forecast FY26 is really more in line with what we're looking for FY25. So that was an error that we had shared with Mr. Wayman, and it's just not reflected in what was submitted to you. And Jackie Kinsey, if you have additional comments.
Yeah, hi, Jackie Kinsey, Director of Finance for the School of Nursing, for the record. So in column B for FY25, our student fees collected was actually the projected for the entire year, but the travel, operating, and financial aid was just year to date. So we still have 5 more months of spending for the fiscal year. So those numbers will be increased, and it actually gives us more of an ending balance around 780,000, with that being about 22% of the revenue. Also, I would like to note that our part-time instructors have been being covered by the university as a whole, and those need to be covered by our differential fees. So if we were to move all of those part-time instructors to our differential account, it would put us in the red.
Okay. By a significant amount, or by an amount that could be supported by additional student fees? Are you all going to be coming back to ask for additional student fees, or is it going to be based right here at that 220?
No, so in the proposed budget that I gave for the differential increase, I included the amount for the part-time instructors in that. So this new increase would cover that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Dean. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. I have another comment from Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Regent Brooks, for the record, you know, I have to say, I listened to what Regent Arascata had asked regarding that specific line item of financial aid. And I think, I don't know if you noticed, but members of the board started taking a harder look at this. Based on the information that we were provided through the CFO, I really felt comfortable with, hey, this is a great detailed, explanation of spend and, how they're taking a look at things. And then I hadn't looked at the nursing as well as Regent Arascata did. And I would say that if this was simply an error, it's not a big deal. They happen all the time. It's okay. But I tell you what struck me here was that it wasn't recognized immediately as an error and then just communicated to the board. Like Regent Arascata, I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at. This is just a typing error. We'll clean it up, and here's the numbers, and this is what it should look like. And I hate to say it, but I think it just adds to the frustration of when we're being provided with numbers. And so I don't want to take back the compliment that I provided to the CFO in terms of everything that you provided to us. But I think this hit a little bit in terms of what we're looking at and what our expectations are as a board when it comes to delivery.
Chair, if you don't mind, for the record, Patty Charlton. So one of the things, and I just want to add this to the board, but we're looking at the initial submission for this meeting, I did ask UNLV to change the format because one of the things that we found is you would have an ending balance in one year that didn't necessarily match the starting balance for the following year. And that was because the financial aid funding or the allocation is set aside in another account. So I asked them to restructure the report to include all funds so that the board could have a full picture of all the revenues coming in from differential fees and all of the different expenditures, regardless of what account it is, so that you can can look at that separation. So and CFO Wyman, you're welcome to come back. But on page 7 of 7 of the Board of Regents reference material, so for example, and the change that was noted on the record was because as I looked at the FY26 column, and this was at the last minute of submission the other day, the total expenses did not match. And it was, I think they probably had about 4 or 5 different versions because we were going back and forth. So I think, as you'll notice, you'll see the 981,470. I think what happened on column B is, I'm not sure why that wasn't, there was at one point, there was a here's the expenditures at this point, here's what is projected, but it didn't include those financial aid numbers. So I asked them to change the format so that you could have all of the information, looking at all of the income from the fees. So I think that this was an oversight in grabbing that. It would impact, obviously, those dollars. But I did want to let you know that I think we spent probably all weekend, Friday. I know I spent Friday night and into the weekend trying to help to guide this because we do know that nursing is very important. They are trying to balance with the resources that they have to expand the capacity. And so I appreciate that, and I probably should have picked up that number had not been fixed on Monday. So just letting you know that I put them through a lot to get at least what I thought you needed to see.
Regent Rich, for the record, I appreciate that, Interim Chancellor, and I think it has more to do with just being able to call it out even in this meeting immediately when Regent Arascata brought it up. Because for somebody to take a look at this and say, hey, Regent Arascata, again, we see what you're looking at. It's just simply a data error we made, a typing error. Sorry about that. Here's the real number. But instead, we heard from, I think, 3 people, right, before we got to, hey, we just made a mistake. Again, it's okay that a mistake was made, but it probably would have been more settling to have it identified quickly and brought to our attention, and then we could have just left it alone. But based on where we are, right, it just creates more, angst. Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask to clarify? So Chancellor and CFO Wyman, so the information that you're saying that needs to be changed on page 1, those numbers are actually on page 7. Is that correct?
For the record, Patty Charlton, not all of them are reflected on
Okay.
page 7, but at least for column A and column B. But from FY26, which is column C forward,
Yeah.
you can see what that projection is. So yes, that is included. It's
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to have that clarification on the record. And I will say that these conversations were going back and forth, and there was a time at which we said, we just need to move forward with the documentation for the meeting. So this was caught, but it wasn't in time to put it out there. And there was an agreement that it would be corrected on the record, but I understand your concern that this was not clearly stated in the briefing materials. Okay, so Regent Arascata, are you satisfied with the response, or do you have any other questions? I'd like to just offer the floor to you again.
Satisfied, frustrated, yet disappointed. This should have been all caught. This is, once again, the consistency, what we've been experiencing. Both Regent Brown and Regent Brooks brought it up, and I think Regent Borlina touched upon this, is that this has been a consistent, and it's just frustrating. It's disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Carrie?
Vice Chair Downs,
Yes.
Regent Fernandez,
Yes.
Regent Guagachia,
Yes.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent Ariscata,
Yes.
Regent Batista,
Yes.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Breger,
Yes.
Regent Brooks,
Yes.
Regent Brown,
Yes.
Chair Carvalho,
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Right. The fact that this passed unanimously, it does not mean it's overwhelming support for this item as it stood. I think I can say that with all confidence. And I will also say that we will be sure that the fees come back to the board at the March meeting with answers to the concerns that have been brought up. All right. Moving on to item number 8, new business. Yes, Regent Boylan.
Okay, this time I tried to write it down so council doesn't get a hold of me. And it says, I want everybody to listen to this carefully. It's new business is limited to description, so I've done description. And clarification, I got clarification of the subject matter of the item, which may include the reasons for the request. I got the reasons. And no substantive discussion. So if any other region starts talking in this, I will ignore them because I will not discuss with them, right? And then I've got myself safe. All right. Now, somebody, anything else? Somebody has to say something? Don't discuss with me, please. Description, it's very simple. With the advent and increase of technology, Zoom, we use Zoom a lot. We need to stop doing so much travel for not just the regions. We have to start because it's across the board. I would like to make this an item for the next meeting or so. It's an across-the-board savings. We're talking about all this money that, is being applied and not applied to students. When we ourselves, starting with the board, the staff, students, administrators, we need to cut back on all our travel money, and like I said, across the board. The clarification comes in the fact that the state budget is very tight. We saw all that stuff that they were saying it's going to be less, and so we're not going to get the money. So let's be creative. Let's do something about this and start, moving that bucket from here to there, the money, which is all possible, and we'll talk about that. And the reasons for this, with the legislature cutting back on funds for NSHE, isn't that what I gathered from, when it's not a discussion, sorry, but that's what I gathered, they're cutting back for us. We should really start across the board, saving money, stop hiring consultants 3 at a time. We pay for their travel, their stay, their everything. We need just one person. We need to stop this nonsense of hiring. We have a lot of institutional knowledge that we can use. I suggest that we also use our HR department more. And if the HR is not up to it, we need to outsource HR. I have not been pleased with anything. We had Mr. Gladdyhand or something, I forget his name, nice guy. But we need to be held accountable for the monies we are spending, our fiduciary duty, like you said. We need to save money if we want more money from the legislature. So I'm requesting this to be an agenda item on the next meeting or on a special meeting or so, because this is extremely important for what I saw today and the last meeting. Lots of questions about monies, student fees. We need to help out. Did I do good, Consigliere?
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
discussed it just
Any-
with myself.
Any other new business?
You discussed
Seeing none,
yourself.
I will go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any public comment at GBC? Oh, I will get to you, I promise.
Thank you. Under public comment, I'd like to take just a minute for those of us on the board to recognize President Denali for her actions at the State of the State in rendering aid to Assemblywoman Tracy Brown May. We thank you so much, your expertise, and I got the message from my Assemblyman Bert Gurr that you happen to be seated with, that you need to be commended for your actions. So thank you, Amber.
Thank you, Regent Gokachia. Public comment at GBC?
There's none at this time.
Thank you. Public comment at the system office in Reno?
There's no public comment at this time.
Thank you. Public comment here in Las Vegas?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Carvello, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor Charlton. For the record, my name is Ken Evans, EVANS. Again, I gave public comment at the start. I wanted to come back up again. I was glad I was able to attend the entire meeting. First and foremost, Chancellor Charlton, thank you very much. The report you gave was outstanding, and what I particularly liked about it is it stayed focused on the strategic goals that throughout my time interacting with the NSHE selection committees was always at the forefront. In fact, several chancellors ago, I actually was part of a community group that talked about those strategic goals. So again, great report. And I guess what I wanted to say and just share with all of you is, once again, from my standpoint as a member of the community, let's stay focused on those strategic goals, ultimately the students that those goals are designed to support. Again, I want to say and express my appreciation for leadership, for what they've done to move us in a direction towards accomplishing those strategic goals. The last thing, anybody that knows me knows I'm also an engineer, so I'm solutions oriented. And what I'm getting at here is part of the report pointed out that there's a funding challenge and you're looking for additional resources that should not take away what you're already doing. I'll just point out the fact that during my time at the Urban Chamber, several of us participated in a business community-driven effort to redo a funding formula for K through 12. Perhaps something similar would be helpful for NSHE. And with that, I'll say thank you again.
Good afternoon. A lot has been said about dual enrollment, and I need to give a shout out to a sister institution, which I don't think we do enough. My daughter went to CSN High School. The experience was wonderful. She had her high school classes at the CSN campus. The teachers were all very gifted, and she took college classes. But what CSN also does that you may not know is the counselor of the high school students gives them forms, and their college professors fill them out. So they will note the grade so far, any perceived weaknesses, any help they might need, and if there is something like that, the high school teachers tutor them. So they're not just thrown into college classes with no supervision. And I know in my daughter's class, every single student went on to a four-year institution. And finally, when they had the day off for the proficiency exam, they didn't get the day off because everyone had already passed it. So again, a shout out to CSN, dual enrollment, they do it well. Thank you.
Thank you. SES, is there any public comment on the phone? Thank you. So at this time, we will adjourn this meeting at 2:02 PM.